the kickoff of our Vote 2024 election night coverage here on KSAT. We are continuing our 6 o'clock newscast with this election stream, but it's also streaming online. You can watch this after this newscast ends at KSAT.com, KSAT Plus, the KSAT YouTube channel. As results roll in, we'll be staying here with you throughout the night as polls close at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, if it's KSAT and it's streaming, we're on it. By the way, Vote 2024, we've got a lot of numbers, we've got a lot of reaction, we have reporters spread out throughout the community. We also have, as always, the power panel. I think you guys need a theme song or something. But anyway, they'll be joining us throughout the night. Let me introduce the members of our power panel. And yes, I am wearing tennis shoes before somebody texts me because I stand all night, so I want to be comfortable. All right, let's start with DeMonte Alexander. He is the CEO of Citizen Reach, which is one of the newer organizations. As always, appreciate having you here, sir.
Thank you.
Molly Cox, who is with 210, Decision 210.
Yes.
She seems surprised.
Yes.
You wanted to see who I was going to say.
Yeah,
I was right?
Oh, yeah,
okay. And the one and only Kevin Wolf, former city councilman, former Bexar County commissioner. Appreciate you guys all being here.
Thank you.
Let's get right into it. Let's put the presidential race aside because there are plenty of places where you can get those numbers. We'll focus on it a little bit tonight, but we also want to look at the state and the local races. What is one race that you were looking at tonight? And Molly, I'll let you go first.
Oh, man. I want to go first. I'm going to go with city charters.
Yes.
How's that? I'll go super, super local. It has major implications for our municipal election, which will happen in May. So this is not the last election that we will be doing, although it feels that way to some. Yeah, city charters, that's what I'm looking at.
Any particular one?
I'm looking at all 6 of them. I would say maybe the first 2 don't have as many implications for ethics and rewriting sort of language in the city charter, but the rest of them really do have like some pretty interesting implications for how our city could function over the next millennia.
Right. City council pay, city council terms, city council ethics,
city manager pay,
city manager pay, city manager term,
sure.
all of that.
Yeah.
All right, totally. Kevin.
I'm looking at 121. I think it could be a bellwether for the national look.
John Lujan,
yes.
Christian Carranza.
So how it plays in 121?
121. Mark LaHood, yes. Laurel Jordan Swift.
Sorry.
Yeah. 121. So, yeah, I think it could be sort of a bellwether for how things play out nationally. And I also think, if LaHood were to lose by 6 or plus points, I think that puts a Grant Moody in Commissioner's Court Precinct 3 in danger as well.
And 121, that was a race that we focused on so much when we all did this back in March.
That's right.
Remember that?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a race where school vouchers are all but on the ballot. So that'll be a key one to watch for what happens in January in Austin as well.
That's the one I'm going to be watching here locally to see how that plays out.
Well, you're talking about changing the game. What about a race that Colin Allred has ran, right? I think he's got a blueprint for Democrats in Texas. He runs a more moderate race. I think he's done well. I don't think he wins, but I think he's run a really good race. I think it's a model. But what I'm looking at more closer to us is Christian Carranza, right? Because we know the implication of these state house races and what they mean to Governor Abbott with vouchers.
Taking on an incumbent in John Lujan, who unexpectedly flipped that seat a few years ago.
Special election.
Yeah, but then held on to it in 2022.
Held on to it, yes.
Yeah. So, you think that's going to be close?
I think Carranza's done a great job on the ground. Like a lot of these campaigns that we get up here, we talk about knock and drag out field campaigns, and I think she's got enough money. She has a great team. All the action committees are in her district, block walking for her. So I have to say she has a good chance of pulling this off.
You talk about the Cruz Allred race. You said you feel like Cruz wins tonight. Do you think Allred does better than how we saw Beto O'Rourke do?
Man, Beto was kind of rock starish, right? I mean, the guy was on Oprah. Beto raised so much money that he was knocking on Republican doors, right? And so when you have that much money, you can reach more voters. I think Colin Allred ran a great race. I don't think he's ran a race like Beto O'Rourke, but also I don't think Ted Cruz has received the amount of support that he did receive during the Beto race. Do you guys agree with that?
I think that's fair. I think it's fair. As a matter of fact, I think Allred comes in. I do think he loses, but I think he comes in closer than Beto does.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Closer than what? Closer than
2%?
It was just less
Closer
than 4,
because I feel the whole state sort of shifting more towards center than it has been, and so I see that as an effect, just like we're seeing it here locally, whether it's in Precinct 3 or District 121.
The only reason I would lean that way is because although Colin Allred didn't raise as much money as Beto, but he has outraised Ted Cruz in some cycles, but to the fact that Ted Cruz haven't received that much support on that side, so it makes it a little tight. Yeah.
Well, he also just spent a ton of time in the most populous counties, right? Like the population growth, like that alone is worth bringing in a few more votes potentially.
Man, what's going on with Tarrant County?
Wait, okay, explain why you say that.
Yeah.
Well, I would say if you look at the numbers, Tarrant County outperforms Bexar County by itself. The only category that Tarrant County loses to us is mail-in, and it's only by 5,000 votes or so. But this is something that I always tell people, and it's more of an economic development conversation. It's more around think regionally. Dallas-Fort Worth is a region.
Right.
And so I think Tarrant County is benefiting from all the growth, and all of them they do operate regionally as a region. San Antonio, Austin, San Marcos, the Valley, we're all still kind of do our own thing, chugging along. We're not really thinking collectively as a unit. So I think Tarrant County is really benefiting from that. And when you look at their numbers, I mean, they're killing everybody.
Yeah. See, we're not just talking votes. We're talking economic development here on this live stream. We're going to take a quick break.
Yeah,
and we'll be right back.
We had panelists in every corner of this newsroom. Here are two more joining us here this evening. We have Ana Ramon, Executive Director of Annie's List, and we have John Taylor, Chair of the Political Science Department at UTSA. Thanks you both for being here.
Happy to be here.
And they have dubbed themselves the Data Duo. So we have the Power Panel, the Data Duo. These two are all about the numbers, and I know that because during the earlier part of this newscast, when they were in the studio watching us go around the city, they were both on their phones. And I think they were on on their calculators.
That
Yes,
too.
and Twitter,
That's
which
right.
is another type of calculator.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
And let's talk about the numbers. I'm so excited about Bexar County. We are voting at 12,000 people an hour. And that'll probably get us to around 735,000, which is a little lower than 2020. But maybe we'll see a boon in the last couple hours. So
Yeah,
exciting.
but what are those numbers telling you?
It's telling me that turnout in districts or like communities like Bear, Harris, Dallas, they have to be at certain levels to really think about what a statewide effort could look like for not only Texas, but for the country and other bellwethers that we're looking at.
Yeah. John, what are your numbers? What numbers are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at what the power panel was talking about earlier, 121 and 118, those two districts especially, because we're talking about two districts, if they turn Democratic tonight, Greg Abbott does not get his vouchers in 2025.
Yeah, and speaking of numbers, I mean, that's a numbers game
That's
in
right.
terms of how
Totally.
the governor set up the primaries in March, the success he had campaigning for certain candidates that he believes will back the voucher program. So this is when it all kind of comes to a
In
head
fact,
tonight.
he's thinking that he's going to win this because tomorrow he's holding a big press conference in Tyler at a private Christian school for the purposes of pushing vouchers.
And what we saw in our internals is Carranza's up, which is really exciting. And I would say 121 and some other races in Dallas are true toss-ups. And this isn't just for the hope and prayers of San Antonio, but the hope and prayers of Texas. It's really a fight for one of the largest budget items in the budget, which is education, right, as we just mentioned. So these bellwethers are not only going to be representative of what happens in Bexar County, but representative of what happens across the state.
So you're saying, since you're talking about the governor having a party and maybe he's counting his vouchers before they're cashed.
Exactly
Yes.
right.
Is what you're saying in all of this. Presidential-wise, I mean, I know we're seeing some numbers come in from East Coast, from Florida, from some of the other places. Anything you're reading into those numbers that you're seeing?
It's the red mirage, for want of a better term.
Yes.
I mean, you're seeing states that you would expect to go for Trump early.
Indiana,
Kentucky, West Virginia. Not a surprise whatsoever so far.
And Georgia just closed. Like some of the major bellwether states are just closing right now. And on top of that, we know that there's multiple efforts to slow down counts, slow down votes. Speaking of which, stay in line. If you're in line, if you're
Please
watching us,
stay in line.
please stay in line. Your vote matters. As we just talked about, some of these races are super close. But right now, it's a lot of the smoke and mirrors. We need a few more hours to rumiate. for
Exactly.
sure.
Yeah, Florida will be interesting. Georgia will be interesting. I don't know what's going to happen. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Agreed.
In both those.
It's going to be interesting too. Like we're looking at a $15 billion race, right? The amount of resources that have been put into not only the presidential but even in Texas, it's going to be astronomical to say the least.
I mean, it's the most expensive race in Texas history for U.S. Senate.
Yeah,
I mean, it just gives you an
Cruz
idea.
Allred.
Crazy.
Also, the most
Yeah.
expensive presidential
race in
American
I mean,
history.
you're raising billions of dollars just for a presidential race. That's just astronomical.
You know, from the data, you know who else is big into data? Our Adam Caskey. As a meteorologist, you might expect that he's big into data. Just a little different numbers than what you guys are dealing with tonight.
Let's send it over to him in the studio. Hey, Adam.
Yeah, my number is 199, and that is the coolest, or the amount of days since we'll have what we're expecting tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning we're expecting 52, and it's been about 199 days since we've had that. 75, that was our high temperature today. That's exactly average. It's nice not being in record territory for a change. You look elsewhere, Kerrville 73 for the high today, New Braunfels 70, in Cotulla we made it to 70, and Carrizo Springs 81 was the high temperature. Going forward, will range from 74 to 86 over the next 10 days. Little bit of up and down, as is normal for this time of year. We'll break down how cool and where tomorrow morning, and an update on a new hurricane in the Caribbean. Rafael, it's headed into the Gulf. See you in a bit. Tomorrow morning, right near 50 degrees to start the day. 52 within 410 and 1604. We get into some outlying areas and we drop into the 40s. Kerrville 45, Hondo 48, 47. Uvalde for the morning temperature tomorrow, Bernie 45, Floresville at 50. You get the idea. Crisp and fall-like to start the day tomorrow. But the humidity is going to return, and that means warmer mornings Thursday and Friday. Well into the 60s, even near 70 to start the day on Friday. So we're finally settling into a fall weather pattern where temperatures are very inconsistent, and one day is not going to be like the next, both morning and afternoon. So you see these ups and downs. Saturday morning, our low point at 49. So very, very fall-like temperatures and even below average. I want to point out the aquifer recharge zone. I outlined it in black here. This is the sweet spot for rainfall that basically goes right into the aquifer. But north of it, in the contributing zone, is good as well. It's just this is the sweet spot. And notice these rainfall numbers of 2 to nearly 3 inches of rain right over the recharge zone, or parts of the recharge zone from last night. Big picture, another upper level trough, big dip in the upper level flow, settling into the Four Corners region. That is going to drift for a few days, but also help to develop our next cool front, which is going to hit early Friday afternoon. So Friday afternoon is when that should hit, and with it is the likelihood of some rain, both ahead of it on Thursday and then during it on Friday, because we'll have that overall shift happening here. Check this out. Our futurecast indicating some streamer showers Thursday morning. I think more than anything, you'll wake up to dampness on Thursday. Tomorrow, just wall-to-wall sunshine. Thursday morning, humid, damp, drizzly, some sprinkles, and then the actual shower and thunderstorm chances rise as we get into the afternoon and early evening on Thursday. Friday, the cold front actually moves in to help trigger likely a broken line of showers and storms. And can't avoid this blue. You can't not notice that in parts of Colorado and New Mexico. That's snow on the colder side of the system, especially at the higher elevations. 60% chance Thursday, 40% chance on Friday. Otherwise, we're looking dry, but at least we have some opportunities. By the way, we have Hurricane Rafael just south of Cuba right now. This Category 1 hurricane likely to pass over western Cuba, emerge into the Gulf of Mexico by Thursday as a Category 1 hurricane. A bit of uncertainty on exactly where this is going to end up due to the erratic steering flow, but right now it's expected to weaken before approaching the Gulf Coast somewhere around Louisiana, give or take. That could be anywhere from about Beaumont eastward to Biloxi. So that's something we're watching, but not expected to become a strong system. Dew points 40s and 30s, but notice our moisture return. Tomorrow night, the humidity's back, and it's going to be around for a few days, which, by the way, does help those rain chances Thursday and even Friday. 52 in the morning, 80 tomorrow afternoon, low humidity and sunny. And then the dampness on Thursday, some more rain Friday, then a sunny, pleasant weekend. We'll be back with more in a bit.
Welcome back to Election Night in the KSAT 12 newsroom, or as we coined it during a break, the powwow with the power panel. I think that's what we're going with.
That's what we're going with for this segment.
Yeah, let's talk about two hyperlocal races. Bexar County Precinct 1, Rebecca Clay Flores up against Lena Prado. That's a race we talked a lot about during the primary. Clay Flores had 5 opponents during that primary. Yeah. What do you guys think happens tonight, DeMonte?
I think she, 60%? I just think, when she performed well, competed against 5 Democratic opponents who actually ran campaigns. Bexar County is a blue county. This is going to be it's going to end early.
You don't think you don't see Democrats switching sides and deciding they're going to vote Republican in this race?
No.
Well, I'd say that you put up your nose, but I mean, Republicans are switching in the.
Well, you could have a level of some people may vote for Trump, but then still vote for their county commissioner. So it just depends.
Okay, how about on the other side of the Precinct 3 race, your old territory? What do you think happens there?
Yeah, I think Grant's going to have a closer race than you would expect in Precinct 3. We talk about gerrymandering at the state level, which is true. Well, guess what? We gerrymander at the local level as well. We just do it in the reverse. Right. And so Precinct 3 has always been gerrymandered to be our precinct, so it's a 4-to-1 sort of split on the court. You talked about Precinct 1 earlier. If Bexar County is 60-40 Democrat, Precinct 1 is 75-25 Democrat. So yeah, I think she wins that very easily.
And one thing I added on to Kevin's was you also have a female woman at the top of the ticket, runs for president as well. So that may impact the Precinct 3 race as well.
Do you guys have any? I mean, of course, we're going to get a lot of the national numbers coming up later, but I want your thoughts on the presidential race when we come back. Okay.
We're just getting started here with our election night coverage, about 3 minutes away from the polls closing at 7 o'clock. As soon as results roll in, we will bring them to you. But a reminder, if you are in line, stay there. You can vote if you're in line after 7 o'clock.
And remember when I said we were going to get a rundown on the presidential race? That's before I knew we had 30 seconds left. So we're going to do that in the live stream as soon as we start shortly after 7 o'clock. And of course, we'll see you throughout the evening and on the night beat.
just joining us, welcome to Election Night 2024 here in the KSAT 12 newsroom. We are kicking off this live stream right as the polls have closed just about 2 minutes ago. We're going to get those results to you as soon as they come in, but we're also going to be weighing in on those results, watching to see what the implications of these races may be down the line. And we got a power panel of people to do that.
Power panel of people. Let's do a powwow. We also have the data duo. We'll get to them a little bit later, but our friends who are always here with us on election night, and we are very grateful for that. Kevin Wolf, former city councilman, Bexar County commissioner. Molly Cox with Vote 210. If you haven't checked it out, it's a very cool website. And DeMonte Alexander with Citizen Reach. Appreciate you all being here. Now, when we were on air and streaming, I said I want to talk a little bit about the presidential, though we're not going to focus a lot on that tonight. We will keep you updated. But your thoughts as we head in some of the early states, any states that are a big surprise right now, and no battleground states being called. DeMonte, your thoughts tonight?
Well, a couple things that come to question is Pennsylvania, right?
Right.
And my question is, did her not picking Governor Shapiro hurt her in that race, depending on where if she loses it, right?
If she loses,
right.
Yeah.
Also, I think the trends that we're seeing is that she's not really outperforming Biden in those battleground states, and so it's interesting to see how razor thin they become. So it's going to be really tight.
Yeah. Though there has been big turnouts in places like Detroit, Milwaukee, Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I mean, those kind of places have had major turnouts for Election Day.
Yeah, you're mentioning too, Michigan generally. This is the first election Michigan has ever been able to vote early. That the population said, hey, the voters said, we want to be able to vote early for an election. They finally got to do that. We're seeing some interesting trends. It's their first early voting election, but the fact that younger folks and first-time voters are coming out in large numbers in early voting is interesting to watch in Michigan, which is a battleground state, which could go the way that, Kamala Harris and her team wants it to go.
Yeah. Your thought, Kevin?
So, obviously, I don't think there's anybody that can call this one outright. I can look at certain stats. Women are outvoting men by almost 10 points in battleground states, which would imply those are Harris votes. Okay. At the same time, you see all of the focus on those battleground states, which almost makes me feel irrelevant at some level. So
as a dude and as a Texas voter, understood.
So, but then you look at the age vote. Only 17% of 18 to 29 year olds will come out. You compare that to maybe y'all's bracket. What is this? 45 to 64, 85%. will turn out. So while the number of younger voters may be out, which I would put towards Harris, older voters are still king, and
they're reliable.
They're reliable.
Yeah.
They're
I would
going to be
also
there.
say that gender gap, though, that it's about 55-45 to women in voting, but that would mean that Harris would need every single one of those votes, right? So
well, it also would mean Trump needs every one of those male votes. So that's not going to happen. So you just kind of look at it and then you can make generalities from it. I'm very much of the opinion this time around that I'm not a big poll guy this time around. It's a close race. We know it's a close race.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure
more people feel that way.
I'm not sure they're necessarily telling us.
This is what I always
anything.
tell people about polls. They're snapshots in time, right?
Yeah.
So we do a poll today. People feel one way. There could be a major event that happens in 2 days, and now the sentiment has changed all over the country, right? With school shootings and all the other things.
Right.
So you just take the snapshot that time. Polls are good for about 2 weeks. And, but I think people start to really lean on them too much.
I agree with you, DeMonte, but I don't even think it needs to be a major event, because there are so many major events that in social media world, depending upon what you look at,
that's a good point.
that opinion flips. I haven't been able to call a presidential race since Hillary Clinton. I knew Hillary Clinton was going to win that night until about 9 o'clock, 9:30. I was like, wow, how'd this happen? Every poll said it wasn't going to happen.
Right.
Magic number, of course, is 270, right, for electoral votes. We do have a count here in the corner of this screen as you're watching. We mentioned some of those key battleground states. Texas is not one of them. People would be wildly surprised if it did not go towards Trump. But I'm curious if you think that margin of victory is closer than it was in past years. DeMonte.
If you're comparing it to 2020, I would say no. I don't think our turnout is really made any major records in terms of where we've been in the last 4 years. Plus, Bexar County.
All right, this is 11% reporting statewide right now. Okay. Very early numbers, obviously, very early.
Wow. In Bexar County, we're not registering enough voters year over year to get the type of outcomes we need. And that's just based on what I'm looking at. I could be looking at it wrong.
Oh, I don't know that I would say that we're not getting the registered numbers that we need. We're not getting the turnout numbers that we need. So registered voters is pretty high. I mean, we had a 9% increase in registered voters over 2020 to 2024. A 5% increase in population between 2020 and 2024 in Bexar County alone. But I don't see the voter number turnout as high as it needs to be to sort of be I think the pathway to turning Texas blue, which is the conversation.
I think you're right on. You know, everybody got excited because the lines were so long during early vote. They're like, we're going to have a wave. It's going to be these types of things. But unfortunately, it was just balanced by the lack of mail-in ballots and those types of things. And overall, it's down.
Well, and a lack of that many weeks too.
Yeah, we got some early numbers again from the Senate race too. Again, very early numbers, and they show right now Colin Allred leading 50% to 48%. Again, that's just with 16% reporting, kind of in line with what we saw from the early vote statewide. So we're not exactly sure where these are coming from. We know they're not Bexar County because we haven't seen Bexar County notes yet. But I do want to talk a little bit about Bexar County when you talk about turnout.
Sure.
And you talk about the fact we had record early voting days throughout, 12,000 votes an hour at points today. We're going to get probably close to 60% of the vote turnout. Is that telling you anything this time around?
Are you asking me directly?
Yes.
It's less than 2020. We had a 65% voter turnout in 2020 in Bexar County alone, the highest turnout ever in the history of Bexar County. We're going to have to hit about 240,000 people today if we're going to hit that 65%. So I don't know if it's telling us a lot. I think 2020 was we had 3 weeks of early voting. It was COVID. Like, we were in such a different time, and I feel like we're 4 years later, and also 112 years later. It feels like, right? So, 60% is still excellent. It's higher than it was for 2016, right? So we're still seeing sort of good turnout. Could it be better? Absolutely.
Yeah, and and our producer Landon, you told me some numbers in my ear. What did you tell me for the final vote for the day?
59,535 votes. Last update at 7 when polls just closed. That's the number of voters today.
I don't think that number's right. We had over 100,000 at 7 o'clock. So that number's not right. So
maybe in the last quarter.
We'll get it figured out.
Let me add to your earlier
Yeah.
question. What scares me, is why aren't we getting higher turnout? And I hope this is not true, but the last, what I'll call fairly clean, nice presidential election was back with Romney and Obama. And it has gotten steadily more and more toxic, which drives people away. They don't want to be involved in toxicity.
Right.
Yeah.
And does that, depress vote?
But I think on top of that, as many people I've talked to this entire year, there's some people who just do not like the options.
Yeah.
And they just prefer not to vote or to write in someone. And so I think it's a combination of a lot of those different things. But I mean, if you look at how unpopular Biden is, I mean, he's polling at 40% favorability around in there. And it's just, people are not excited about the top of the ticket.
Anybody,
Well, and I think that's always the problem. If you're not excited about the top of the ticket, we don't. That's what brings you out to vote typically, is what's at the top of the ticket. So you go out and you're like, do I want to go vote for city charters?
At the very bottom.
We do have though an indication that people are out there right now. I believe our John Paul Barajas is at a polling location. Last time we checked, he was at the Bexar County Elections Administrator office, and there are still people in line out there. Is that right, John Paul?
That's right. We still have a decent amount of people in line. We have seen it move rather quickly. The tail end of it is actually right at the entrance, but if you look through the windows, Alexis, if you can kind of zoom in there, through the windows, there is still a decent amount of people, but the line outside of the building has pretty much wrapped up. It looks like maybe 2 or 3 people are still waiting to get actually inside those doors. So it looks like this polling location could wrap up sooner than some of the other ones. We still are waiting for the next update. That's 7:15-ish, roughly estimate on when that update's going to happen. The last update we got was at 5 o'clock, where we found out that 56.1% of the nearly 1.3 million registered voters in Bexar County had already voted, and that at that point in time, again 5 o'clock, nearly 117,000 people had voted today. As for that number that you guys were throwing out earlier, that number is incorrect. We don't have an exact number, but around 5 o'clock, it was north of 700,000. So definitely a lot higher than what the website is reporting. We are expecting that website to start updating itself now that polls have closed, but they always tell us here to be patient because things do take time. Again, that is all the information we have at this time. We're waiting for Jackie Colin, the Bexar County Elections Administrator, to come out here and give us a brief update as for how things have gone today. She tells us that everything has gone relatively smoothly. One of the biggest issues that she has seen is they've had to turn people away in Bexar County who had not updated their addresses and had different counties on their license or whatever form of ID they were using. She said during early voting that was allowed with a limited ballot, but on election day, unfortunately, that's a no-go. So they did have to turn away a significant amount of people. They always run into the same issue that we saw during early voting, as well as people wearing what they probably shouldn't to the polling locations, like endorsing a candidate with a hat or shirt, which is a no-go. As far as technology, again, relatively smoothly. She said the laptops that they use to print out the labels and make sure the voter information is on your ballot, some of those laptops went offline. So instead of just scanning your form of ID and printing off a label, they putting it on the ballot and letting you do your thing. They've had to also make it handwritten, so that kind of slowed the process up a little bit. I think, Alexis, are you trying to tell me we have, I mean to move over, okay. I thought we were getting Jackie. Hopefully she comes out here shortly. But back to saying the technical difficulties have been minor as well. Just the laptops that had gone offline and some of the tablets where you make your selection, some of the screens went down, but they said they got everything fixed. As for the laptops, she said out of the 300 polling locations, only about 15 of the laptops at those locations had issues before they got those back up and running. So Jackie Colin, so far so good in her eyes, and this voter turnout. She's obviously hoping for at least 150,000 people today. We were getting close to that point at the 5 o'clock point, 2 hours till voting polls close. So we'll see what that update comes out to be here shortly, and we'll toss it back to you. And as soon as we get an update, we'll bring that to you.
Yeah, John Paul, before we let you go, do you see any indication that 7:15 is going to happen, that she's going to be doing an update at 7:15? I think it's doubtful, probably with people still in line there, that she's going to come out and give an update.
Yeah, it's 7:15 right now, Steve. She's been literally on the dot all day. She had an 11 o'clock, a 3 o'clock, a 5 o'clock, and she's been, it looks like she might be making her way.
Yeah.
That is her walking down the ramp right now.
Let's stay with you.
She is coming this way currently.
Yeah, let's stay with you, John Paul, because I want to take this live if we can. I also want to maybe we can do some explaining here. People are in line.
I'll let you keep talking to me, Steve. We're going to start moving towards the press conference, but I'm here with you.
Yeah, it sounds great. And if people are in line, John Paul, they can vote. If they're in line by 7 o'clock, it does not matter. They can stay in line and continue to vote. So that's why you're still seeing the line out there and people still voting. These are people that were in line at 7 o'clock. They are allowed to vote. And this also explains why we haven't seen any early numbers yet at 7:16, because the polls aren't closed, because people are still in line and people are still waiting to cast those ballots.
Early vote, I think. Yeah.
Absolutely. As long as you're in line before that 7 o'clock deadline, no matter if 100 people showed up at 6:59 or if just one person came in right before that deadline, they will all have the opportunity to vote. At this location, as we mentioned, that line's already made itself all the way inside, but we also saw very busy locations. She told us that the two busiest ones she had seen up to date was the Brook Hollow location and the Northwest Vista at 5 o'clock. Both those locations had seen over 1,000 people each. At some other locations, they had no lines throughout the day, and at the Morrill Elementary on the south side, they had seen less than 100 by 5 o'clock. So just a wide variety of what people had seen throughout the day. Lots of places to vote, over 300 locations here in Bexar County alone.
Yeah, I know we've been keeping track throughout, since early voting started, of those busiest locations. Brook Hollow is notoriously busy. It's known as one of the busiest within the county. JP, I want us to get an update on that number as far as the number of voters out there today. And also, just as a side note here, Jackie Callanan, this is her last election that she will be overseeing, as we hopefully get an update from her from the elections headquarters downtown.
It looks like they're about getting ready to start. It looks like they're kind of giving some logistics here. And let's listen in to Elections Administrator Jackie Callanan.
Almost made it. We still have some more voters in line. We knew we would. But when I came out, we'd already had 54 of our sites closed.
I'm going to put this on you, Jackie, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Busy day for you, huh?
You got all dressed up.
Yeah, I'm not really
Trying to look
hearing
nice
very
for you.
well, Jackie, over the war.
You mind holding that for me?
Just
put it in the pocket.
put it in my pocket. I trust
Thank you
you.
so much.
I'm sorry. I can't, with that truck there, it's really hard to hear, okay? But we have the results from early voting and by mail. And I want you all to help your viewers and listeners go to our website. We are posting, this is up already. So you can see the results, you can see the results of the races. And then starting somewhere about 8:30, we'll start posting Election Day. Maybe we can start at 8:15 because I am happy that we already had 51 sites closed. But remember, we have the most we've ever had, so we have 302. It's not like we're bringing in our normal 285. So we have extra sites, and they will come in. And we just pray that our judges will have a relaxed closing. But I want you to understand, because we have such a long ballot, and we shared that the whole time, we have so many entities on our ballot that gathering the results in each of those DS200s takes a lot longer than anything we've seen for at least a year. So those tapes are going to take them a while. And as I said earlier, they have to print 2 tapes. And I know some of the candidates, they have their favorite boxes. So they may send people out to see what those results are. But we will post them online when the votes come in. And like we talked about it before, we have 5 sites that the judges will go to. So just watch our website. That will be continually updated for you. But it was a beautiful, successful day. Does anybody contradict that? You're all quiet. You're all quiet.
Pretty smooth sales for your last.
That's what it feels like. I'll talk to you when it's over. Like I said, for me personally, this is bittersweet. But again, for me, I think we talked about it before. If we get that final report and it says November 5th, boy, we will be doing a dance of joy. But I am afraid it's going to roll over to November 6th. So bear with us. They're ready to bring you in once the poll site here closes down. They had a few more voters as we came out, but it's been a successful day. I did hear that Johnston Library still had a long line. That was the only one I heard about.
Which one?
Johnston Library. It's done. Sun Valley. It's on Sun Valley.
Sun Valley.
Yes. So they were the one that sent us a message to say they still had voters and they thought it was like 100. And I can't speak to anybody else because I was getting the results to come out here. So we'll go in. We'll keep you informed. I know once this closes down, you all will have the luxury of sitting in our break room, so I won't have to come so far to keep you up to date, okay?
What do you results? What do you think the
I'm sorry?
Give the numbers one more time. Whatever numbers you came out with.
The numbers today, at 7 o'clock, we have 146,000 021 people showing up at the polls. And you just heard me, that number will increase. And that gave us a 58% turnout. So again, I wanted 60. You always have your positive spin on it. But we'll be happy with this. Okay?
Where does that
We'll see you later.
match up? Where does that match up with other years?
We're looking at 22 and 20. In 20, we had a 44% turnout. In 22, in the governor's, we were at 68. So we're less than that one, but we far exceed the presidential. But we want you to remember that the 2020 election was during COVID. So we had many more people voting by mail. This number is only the in-person that happened today. Okay?
Jackie, just to clarify, people can already start fighting results online.
Online, they've been posted. Yes, ma'am.
All right, we got an update on that number in question about how many people actually voted today. So Jackie Callan in there, the elections administrator, saying it is 146,021 people as of 7 p.m. when the polls closed. But she was saying she does expect that number to increase. That's a 58% voter turnout. She's calling it a beautiful, successful day.
Yep.
She was hoping for 60%, but we got awfully close, and that definitely exceeds the 2020 turnout in the presidential race that year.
And there are still lines out there. She specifically mentioned Johnson Library, where there are some lines at this hour, and the lines were actually at elections administrator's office too, but those seem to be died down.
Yeah, and of course people can vote if they are still in line. And she did, although calling it a beautiful, successful day, it does seem like it may be a long night.
Yes.
Because she was talking about how day of totals, she's hopeful that we'll see those about 8:30, but we'll see how the night plays out, because right now they've got 51 voting sites closed. There are more than 300 across the county, which is a good thing. They have increased that number, giving people, more options and ways to go vote. But it's going to be a while before they get all those results.
We do have some early vote numbers. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. A beautiful and successful day is what Jackie Callan, the Bexar County Elections Administrator, has called it so far. 58% turnout so far in Bexar County. That exceeds the last presidential race in 2020 when it was around 44% turnout. And of course, that number will continue to rise. That was just the latest update from Jackie Callan. And now we also have seen a look of some of the early numbers statewide and from the Senate, and I believe we have those right now. Can we go to the statewide presidential race in the state of Texas right now? That'll give us an indication of the early vote. It's very early. This is kind of more what I think we were expecting. 38% reporting. Donald J. Trump with 51% of the vote, and Kamala Harris with 48%. Checking over this to the Senate races. Let's go to the Senate race real quick.
Yeah, do we have those
Colin
numbers?
Allred and Ted Cruz. And it is still this gives you an indication of just how tight this race is, 38%.
Gotten even tighter since, of course, we were looking very early on, something like 11% of precincts reporting. But Does this say anything to you guys? Or is it too early to say anything?
We were just making eyes at each other. Like, huh?
Well, I think it's what we were saying earlier is that, obviously Colin Allred is not going to raise veto money, but also Ted Cruz is not receiving the support, obviously, that he did. Now it's early, that he did before. So that's going to make it, to Kevin's point, a little bit closer. But again, I still want to see some more votes come in as we get later. But it's interesting.
This is 38%. I mean, this is no longer, we can say, very early. And it seems as if Colin already is at least getting some crossover votes from Republicans that are voting for him if you look at the Trump-Harris numbers.
Yeah, no, I think this is closer than all three of us thought it would be.
Yeah, I thought it would be close, but I'm like, woo, that's neck and neck. To be sure, Professor John Taylor from UTSA was like, gonna be close.
Yeah. He's part of the data duo that we're going to check in with here momentarily.
I said this earlier, and this is to anybody who's running statewide or anything like that as a Democrat. Colin Allred ran the type of campaign that you need to run in Texas to be competitive. Now, some would argue with me on that. Obviously, Colin Allred is more in the middle. He's more of a thing. But, Texas is super red state. In a lot of areas, but I think the type of campaign he ran, kind of right down the middle, balls and strikes, didn't get into many big fights, and this is how you run in Texas and be successful. And he was well funded.
Colin ran as an East Coast Republican.
Okay, all right, wow, yeah.
And then we all just went, okay.
I'm going to head into our streaming room and we can check in with our data duo.
Yeah.
How about that?
You do that, I'll continue our conversation.
Don't miss me.
By the way, we saw some early numbers. We don't have them into our system yet.
That's right.
But what we saw was early numbers, and specifically you guys started talking about the charter amendments.
We did.
And the fact that it appears they are all going to pass, but one is particularly closer than the others.
Yeah, it looks like they will all pass. There's not anything very close. We're talking, this is again early, it's early voting, but it's at 64-36.
Close,
that's typically nothing's going to bounce back from that. Proposition C, which is about the city manager's pay cap being removed.
And tenure.
And tenure is the closest, and it's at 54-46. And even pay, I'm looking at pay for council, that's Prop E, passing with flying colors, and then Prop F, which would be the tenure, isn't that right? Did I mix those up? I think Prop F is tenure.
It just changes the term.
Yeah, they'll do 4-year terms instead of 2-year terms, but still only in office for 8 years. 53-47. So close, but I think both of those were
I think you're seeing why Prop C is the way it is because that's what the campaign's been about.
Yeah.
Right.
Agreed. Yeah.
And so when you have an active campaign and people giving you more details as far as, hey, this is why you should vote no.
Right.
We haven't seen any signs about any other props. But now you can see the impact of when you have opposition and how it drives that vote.
Was it an active campaign?
Well,
because let
me say this. I didn't see much of a campaign from either side.
Yeah.
Then you have your insiders who are doing politics and doing their public speaking when they can. But when you drive around town, all you see is props vote no against Prop C.
Yeah.
Right? And so, in terms of what a campaign should look like, no.
Okay.
I want to see ground troops. I want to see ground troops. I want to see mail.
Yes.
But in terms of any campaign at all,
there was at least a campaign
Yes.
for and against that particular issue.
And if we want to be really clear, the undervotes, which means people showed up and voted
but they didn't
for everything else and then left the propositions alone, just skipped right over them. We're looking at 50,000 people who didn't even vote for city charters, just basically walked.
Not surprising because it's the last thing
Not
on
at
the
all.
ballot.
That's
You're already
right.
done.
Yeah,
You
totally.
said last year it was about the same. It was about 30,000 undervotes on the last propositions.
Right.
A lot of people just either didn't know about it or just said,
Which,
I'm going to touch
to be
it.
sure, is a lot of what we were hearing. Is people didn't understand it. Ballot language is always entirely confusing. So, not shocking.
Yeah. All right, let's throw it over to our data duo. I know Myra is in the data duo den.
I like that. Data duo den. I'm not going to try to say it 3 times quickly. Okay, we are joined now by Professor John Taylor, political science chair at UTSA, and Ana Ramon, executive director of Annie's List. You guys are in here as our data duo, checking out these numbers. I want your take first on this incredibly close race so far between Cruz and Allred, 49% each at 38 precincts reporting. I know we're going to say over and over again, it's so early, but what do you make of that so far, John?
It's interesting. Again, what you're seeing right now in the numbers, where they're coming from, it's primarily coming from North Texas and portions of the Panhandle, which are more red than the rest of the state. So it's kind of fascinating to see that Allred is basically hanging tough. He's literally tied with Cruz. I'm curious what we're going to see in terms of the numbers when they start coming in from Bexar County, from Travis, from Harris County and Dallas County especially, although some of the numbers are coming from Dallas right now. I mean, Anna noted in our conversation before you came in here about early voting numbers, and I think Anna might be able to talk about that because the early voting numbers are a little bit lower than expected. But, and this is where the big but comes into play, there's a big but. 2020's electorate is not 2024's electorate. About 1.5 million people or more in Texas died between 2020 and 2024, many of them in red areas at most, in fact, in red areas of Texas. We've added about 3.5 million people to Texas since then. Most of them moved to blue areas. While demography is not destiny, it does at least give, I think, a fighting chance for Allred tonight.
It's not destiny, but it's a big factor.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I know you have been looking at the numbers for sure. In terms of turnout, what are you seeing right now? What's it say to you?
Turnout looks a little bit low, right? And I think that's something we'll just have to be watching out through the night. Now, there was a national trend that we're maybe going to see in Texas. The assumption was that around and through early vote, we were going to see a little bit more of a slower turnout and then a bit of a boon on E-Day. With 164,000 votes coming out of Bexar County, there's a runway that we're really excited to see. Now, ultimately, looking at Cruz versus Allred and Kamala versus Trump, Cruz and Allred have a different game to play, right? Allred, whereas Cruz usually kind of underperforms Trump by 5 or so points, it lowers the threshold that Colin Allred has to reach. So while we're still watching early vote numbers come in, like was mentioned, destiny is not written just yet. But it is very telling also, and really excited to see what happens down ballot.
Were you saying earlier that you think Allred is outperforming Kamala when you look at
Texas? About 2 points or so
looking
far,
at Dallas, Harris, Bexar, he's consistently outperforming her about 2 points, which is what we saw leading up to the polls.
Okay, I know we're working on some of our graphics for the latest results, but I do want to talk about this District 118 at the state level.
Yes.
District 118 and 121 as well. Those are, I don't even know if I should say arguably, they are the two hotly contested races that we're looking at across the state. So what are we seeing with 118? That's John Lujan, the incumbent, and Christian Carranza.
John Lujan, I would be a little nervous if I was him. At 51.952 as an incumbent, that's not a good showing. And Christian Carranza put up one hell of a fight. Not sure if I can say that, but yeah. So, and with, like I mentioned, 164,000 votes out, she definitely has the runway to catch up. There's enough votes out there, depending on where they broke, right? So this may be a little bit of a longer night for not only 118 but also in 121. We saw something very similar, right? So almost statistically tied to what we saw in 118. We're looking at 52 to 48, actually the same, essentially, if you round up. And essentially, there's a 3,500 vote gap between the two. Plenty of runway for them to catch up throughout the night.
So we're talking about 121, Mark LaHood.
Yes.
That is the candidate that primaried Steve Allison, the incumbent. That race all focused on school vouchers and the governor backing LaHood because he is, believed to be the candidate that will help push that plan across the finish line. Correct. Steve Allison was not.
Right.
That's what got him out of this race, but he has endorsed Laurel Jordan
As has
Swift.
Jeff Wentworth as well.
Yes. So what do you make? Is that really unique?
121 was drawn in a way to be slightly Republican. But if you look at where donations for Harris versus Trump, for example, throughout 121, literally follow 281 down, it trended Harris, which begs the question, are we going to see something happen in 121 tonight because of same day or election day voting? I think we might. Now, there are people watching right now saying, oh, you're full of crap, Taylor. But I just think there is a possibility. Anna's right, just like in 118, there is a pathway for both Swift and Carranza to win tonight.
Okay, so in the school voucher fight, That's all a numbers game. You guys are the data duo. So are there any other races that we need to be watching to see how that could play out in Austin?
Well, House District 44 we're not going to see, obviously, but up in the Dallas area, Plessa in House District 71, Democrat incumbent, she should win, but there's a question about that. There's a couple of House races in the Houston area to look at as well, in which you could see a flip there. There may be a flip in South Texas as well from Republican to Democrat. And again, if that's the case, Greg Abbott ain't getting his vouchers.
There's a lot of math to follow here. That's why we have these two folks to help us do that. So, Steve, I'm going to pitch it back to you in the newsroom with our power panel.
All right, thank you, Myra. And, you know, I would never say that about John Taylor, just for the record. By the way, we have Bexar County Commissioner Precinct 1 right now. You can see the incumbent, Rebecca Clay Flores, 59% of the vote. Lena Prado has 41%. It was expected that Rebecca Clay Flores would win after she came out of a very tight and sometimes contentious Democratic primary. But you can see right now, 59% for Rebecca Clay Flores, 41% for Lena Prado. We actually have one of our reporters, Daniela Ibarra, who is out covering this race right now. And Daniela is at the Rebecca Clay Flores watch party. She joins us now. Daniela, I'm guessing they're pretty happy with these early numbers there.
Yeah, they're pretty happy. And by the way, we are at Cowboys Dance Hall right now. This is actually where the Bexar County Democrats are having their watch party. Rebecca Clay Flores, we spoke with her earlier. She's not going to have a watch party. She's going to watch those results come in at home. And when we talked with her earlier, she said she was confident that she was going to secure that second term. She says when she does win, because she believes she is going to secure that second term, she says that her priority is focusing on expanding mental health and healthcare resources and long-term healthcare resources on the South Side, which is a good part of her precinct. Now, her opponent, Lena Prado, she's a Republican. She's endorsed by Abbott. She's having a watch party tonight over with John Lujan, and she says that if she is elected, she says that her priorities are increasing transparency, public safety, and improving infrastructure. So, of course, we're watching those results come in. You hear the music is really pumping here. We did have Sheriff Javier Salazar. He's up for re-election, too. He was on stage. He says he's happy with what he's seeing so far. We've heard a couple of cheers every time we hear those new numbers. So, of course, we're going to continue to stay here all night and bring you the latest.
All right, Daniela, thank you so much. Look at those Precinct 1 results, of course, but Precinct 3, that's another one that we are watching in Bexar County. Do we have those numbers that we can pop up here with a graphic? We've got Grant Moody at 55%, Susan Corbell at 45%. This was one that, Kevin Wolf, you had some questions on. You didn't seem quite as confident about this one as Precinct 1.
Yeah, so I actually, I'm sure this is much closer than Grant would like it to be, but I think he holds on to this. I think it'll tighten up a little bit with the election day vote, but I think he holds on to it.
You like that this is a good margin for him coming out of early voting?
Yeah,
but
it's just
over 4.
Yeah, it's just there.
Barely.
Just there. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to what we have called the Data Duo Den here. We are with Anna Ramon from Annie's List. Thank you very much for being with us. And Professor John Taylor from UTSA's Department of Political Science and Geography. And we want to give a shout out to all your coworkers and students who are watching
We're
you
watching
tonight.
right now as we speak at a big watch party at UTSA.
Love it. Thank you all for joining us online as well. All right, I want to get into the presidential numbers now because I know you guys kind of break these numbers apart. When we look at the map that's behind us, this is as the polls are coming in, so these will change. But you see Georgia was a battleground. It appears as if Trump will keep Georgia. But you've got Virginia and North Carolina on this map that are red. But again, these are early votes.
Shall I do my best, Kornacki?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. First of all, what you're seeing on the screen here, this is what's called the red mirage. The reason why it's the red mirage is because these states you see right here, we'll skip Florida, these states here always vote Republican, and they come in early and they come in heavy.
Yeah.
So the result is you get this front loading of some Republican electoral votes. As we go along during the evening, this will change. We'll see, for example, Virginia leans right now. It shows Trump and Kamala Harris basically tied. We haven't seen any of the numbers come in from Northern Virginia. Those are heavily Democratic numbers. North Carolina seems to be trending Democratic as well. We'll see as that night goes along. This one's fascinating because the numbers are very close.
Yeah.
Michigan, going to go Kamala eventually in the end. Wisconsin, Iowa's another one to watch as we go along during the evening. Kansas has been going back and forth, 1-2 points either side. That one might be one to watch as we go along during the evening as well. Louisiana, it'll go red because it tends to. So there is this red mirage right now. That's going to change as the night goes along.
Yeah, and the thing is, on your screen right now, we have the electoral votes that are kept, and just to give you colors. Deep red means overwhelming Republican, trending Republican, and then the light blues trending Democrat. And so there are a lot on this map right now. So if you're wondering what's behind us as we're here in the
We might mention
den.
Texas.
Okay.
Texas right now, about 50% of the vote is in right now. And it shows Trump with about, at best, a 3-point lead. That's actually smaller than Trump versus Biden in 2020. Democrats in this respect have closed the gap. The question is, does it have a down battle effect, which is what we talked about earlier with Myra. It may or may not. But it's interesting to note, Texas, not necessarily in play, but it's definitely closer this time so far.
Yeah. What are your numbers showing you?
Well, it's about the belts, as I like to say. You have the Rust Belt, the Sun Belt, the Bible Belt, and then you have the belt buckle, which is Texas, as I always like to say it. We need to see if the blue wall is going to hold, right? And that's going to be something that is an indicator, like as we're seeing, like Pennsylvania, Michigan. Exactly.
That's considered the blue wall.
Exactly. Yes. So excited to see where Pennsylvania and Michigan is right now. Obviously, a little too early to call, as we'll start saying that. And then the Sun Belt will also be something that kind of pours into Texas. But to your point, there's a trend line here, which is really exciting. I know for folks like, what do you mean? 2-3 points? I'm like, when we're looking at Texas and its competitiveness, we're not fully a funded state. We're talking about, could this mean like interesting perspective of where Texas lands on the map in the future? So a little forecasting, so to speak, but also watching those belts. That's what we'll be doing tonight.
Yeah, and so when you talk about Texas and fully funding, and you talk about, could Texas eventually become a swing state?
Exactly. Yes. And like, will we have the likes of like Chuck Schumer and the Nancy Pelosi's and Hakeem Jeffries like looking at Texas in a way of multi-year tens of millions of dollars worth of investment, where Texas is really moving on its demographics.
And I think we are getting there. Okay, let's go back the truck up to 2008. Obama versus McCain. McCain wins Texas by about 18 points. Romney versus Obama in 2012, about a 13-point difference. 2016, Clinton versus Trump. Trump wins by about 16 points. 2020 beats Biden by only 5. And here we are tonight, somewhere around 3 points.
Yeah, right now.
Let's say it stays around 3 points. That should give Democrats hope. And to be honest, as a political scientist, I would tell you, Texas is now in play. If that ends that way.
If it stays within 3 points, Texas becomes in play?
Becomes in play.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And when we get to 2028, we'll definitely see it in play.
All right. Let's go back to the power panel and check in with Myra.
A little bit closer to home here. Let's talk about District 118. This is a race that is a contest. Take a look at these numbers. John Lujan, the incumbent here, 52% of the vote. Christian Carranza with 48% of the vote. This is another one of those races where school vouchers are very much a big issue. Of course, Lujan has said he supports that. Carranza has said she does not. We've got our Courtney Friedman. She's standing by. She is at the Lujan watch party tonight. Courtney, how are things going out there?
Well, it's pretty great. We are at John Lujan's watch party, and he just walked in. We just missed it about 5 minutes ago, and there are a lot of people here. They were sitting at tables, nice and relaxed, and he came in, crowd erupted. So there's lots of energy in here now. Clearly a very close race. Both of the candidates have been at the polls all day. I've been checking in with their camps. They've been bouncing around to different polling locations, and it's very clear that this is such a big race. Earlier, I talked to Christian Carranza, who was at a polling location where we did our 5 o'clock live shot, and they both said the same thing, that there is so much on the line. I'm going to give you a look at how many people are here supporting. It's a huge deal because this district is not only big the way it's widespread, but it's also has a ton of eyes on it because of the opinions that are so split on these issues. One of the biggest ones, school vouchers. Lujan in favor and Carranza against it. There's also a publicly split opinion on abortion rights. Two of these things that have been really talked about. A lot of ads that have been released on both of these topics. So as you can see, he's behind me. We're about to grab an interview so we can see how his day is going. We also talked to Christian just a couple hours ago. So very exciting race, close margins, and we are assuming it will stay pretty close throughout the night. Of course, we'll keep you updated. Back to you.
All right, Courtney, thank you so much. One thing about this power panel here, they make a lot of eyes, a lot of faces in reaction. So there were eyes made when we popped up this graphic. So what's behind those expressions, Molly?
Why do I? Because
you're the one making the faces.
Yeah.
Listen, I can't help my face.
Molly, I understand that.
I so want to play poker with her.
I know.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, this isn't good. These are good numbers.
Well, that depends on your perspective.
Well,
that's what I mean. Who are these good numbers for?
Definitely for Christian Carranza.
Out of the early vote to be down 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what I want. That's why we have you guys here, because you tell me what these numbers. When
you're building the campaign, right? After the early vote comes out, this is what you want. Obviously, you want to be either ahead or tied, but she has a chance to make that up on today on election.
And the thought is, at least generally, I know coming into this race, is that Carranza had a good ground game.
I would say.
See, again with the faces.
Well, here's what I would say.
Yes, she had a good ground game.
I'm going to make him say it,
But it's also the fact of, it goes down to singular issues, whether it's vouchers, whether it's abortion, it's easy to shoot at each other on just those two.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and you get dragged along. If you're a Republican, you get dragged along with the strongest Republicans. Okay?
Well, I will throw this out there as well, and I'll give a shout out to Anna from Annie's List group. So Carranza had about 43 to 45% contact rate. So meaning when they go to the doors and they identify voters, if you look at the amount of money she raised, she's able to go out and reach voters. So it's about 43%. Laurel Swift in 121 had a 65% contact rate. 65% of people that she knocked the door, they went out to vote. So, but obviously her campaign only raised about $600,000 versus 1 point something million, right?
Yeah. But and I think we actually have 121, the latest update on the numbers. I think we can bring you those right now. 52-48 again. Again,
okay,
early voting, margin. It's the same margin that we just saw with Lujan and Carranza.
So there you go. When you're out block walking, knocking on those doors, and when you're asking those voters those questions, you're taking that data back to the campaign, and you want to make sure that's real data that you can build from. So looking at 61% contact rate, being somewhat underfunded, that's amazing to be in that position.
Sorry, Myra, if you're going to say something.
We inhaled at the same time.
Well, my question on this one is, she did not have enough money to go on the airwaves. Mark LaHood did. Carranza and Lujan had money to go on the airwaves. But she had Republicans, very prominent Republicans, including the incumbent in this race, Steve Allison, she had Jeff Wentworth, she had many other people who switched sides to endorse her. Is that what we're seeing in play right now? Kevin, as a Republican, I will ask you.
I think you are seeing from a tactical level, a micro level, exactly what the professor was talking about in there in regards to the state. So I've always looked at Bexar County as sort of the bellwether of where the state will go in the future. You know, I could see that back when I first ran for office, and over time, exactly what you guys talked about in there. Well, you're seeing a very tactical example of that right here. A more, you know, I used the term earlier, East Coast Republican. That's what that district is. You know, they're more a traditional Republican, if you want to talk about it that way. LaHood is far to the right. She's in the middle, and it's resonating.
And there's a different dynamic at play here, too. You know, when Steve talks about the money that LaHood's campaign has to go on the airwaves, this is a campaign that has been backed for months by the governor. Right. That's different than, you know, I don't want to say your average campaign, but it's true.
But it is, that's exactly right. Like,
money talks.
Yeah, and for the governor to have spent that much money in the spaces that he did, particularly in this, like District 121 is a prime example of where the governor spent a lot of money to get out an incumbent, Republican incumbent of Steve Allison, to put in a person who would come in and give him vouchers. I mean, that's exactly
that's what it all came down to. I mean, it was Republican on Republican race
100%.
in this, in John Kempel's race, and some of the other races.
I would also say this about money and airwaves, right? There's a congressional style campaigns, but I think she spent about $1 million on her advertisement. I mean, you're talking about a shotgun approach to maybe who watches that, who, you know, are they really voters? Are they registered to vote? And so I would argue, and I know she was in an awkward position because sometimes organizations say, hey, we'll give you $1 million, but you need to spend it on advertising. And a lot of times you're focused on raising money to match that, right?
Yeah.
Instead of being on the ground, knocking on doors, grassroots, wearing out a few pair of shoes. That's what you're seeing with 121.
DeMonte's absolutely right. Ground game at the representative level, at city council level, make all the difference in the world. You know, where the big dollars matter, where you know,
congressional campaigns, they're large swatches of.
But this you can do on the ground, and that's how I think she makes up the difference and attacks the amount of money that came from the governor and into LaHood's coffers.
Just to summarize, I mean, we've got races in 118 and 121, just from what you're saying in the early vote.
They are definitely within the margin. It's going to be a long night in both those districts.
Let's go a little bit more hyperlocal here before we have to take a quick break, talk about these propositions. I know we've got some numbers for that. As a former City Hall reporter nerd, I would like to dive into that for just a moment. Yeah, right? You do remember those days. Yeah, that's how we met. Okay, so we have got Prop A. This is the Ethics Review Board changes. We've talked about this one as well as Prop B, changing some language on that. Not really supposed to be huge substantive changes, but this one, Prop A, 472 against 28. Not a contest on this one. We have numbers for Prop B as well. Okay,
language modernization.
That's a nice way to put it.
It is a nice
modernization.
Way to put it.
It's a lot of words.
It's a lot of words.
Updates and removes outdated terms, and it's passing easily.
Yeah, the ballot language on these, that's a lot of words too. So let's take a look at Prop C. That's the biggie. This is city manager tenure and compensation. This removes the cap on the city manager position. Right now it's capped at 8 years. We've also got that salary as spelled out here. It's up to 10 times the lowest paid employee. Okay, 54%. Looks like this is, would you guys say, done deal?
I think so.
I think it's done.
It passes.
You think so? I think it's going to pass.
I think so.
I mean, you just can't make up that many points on election day. I mean, it's just really tough.
Well, this isn't. I'm not sure this is all the early vote though either.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we're talking about roughly 400,000. I mean, excuse me, 300,000 people probably in this.
Yeah, but that's the challenge, right? Is that you had a lot of undervotes in these.
Right.
So you're missing
who
about
voted?
50,000
people decided not to vote.
This is your absentee and early voting. If it's being pulled from Bexar County right now, that's absentee and early voting, and that's the numbers that are there.
Yeah.
So we had pretty decent undervotes for all of the propositions.
Yeah, and this is, of course, put into place. It was the firefighters, Matt and Cheryl Scully. They put it in place in 2018, which wasn't all that long ago.
That's right.
And now they're taking it out largely in reaction because they want Eric Walsh to stay in that job, and I think that's probably why it was passed. And it's undo what the firefighters did just 8 years
That's
ago.
what I think is interesting.
6
I mean,
years.
it was a huge fight.
Yes.
Yes,
When-
it was a
when this took
huge fight,
place.
very
Yes.
contentious, and voters approved these
Yes.
caps 6 years ago,
Yes.
59% of the vote. So is that surprising to you all at all that now voters are saying, let's do away with what we decided to do?
I think when you're as popular as the firefighters are, when they put their force and really attention behind something, people listen to them. And I think with this campaign, the only thing I noticed that's a little bit different is they were from the start campaigning hard against the propositions. This time they kind of jumped out a little late.
Soft.
They took their time, deciding if they were even going to get into this.
That's
right.
And then when they did get in,
So what you're
I've
seeing
seen some
is,
billboards.
if this started from the very jump, I think this does not pass. The way they campaigned the first time.
Yeah, I'm also curious if this is a conversation around the fact that tenure and salary are in the same proposition. And if those have been...
It's a package deal.
Just like how councils, which we'll get to in a minute, the tenure and the pay for council are two separate propositions. I think a lot of folks were really like, oh, I don't know that I care about the cap on the salary, but if somebody's doing a good job, can we keep them in that place? And putting a sort of a cap on the tenure or the time that the city manager is there was a little bit of a weird rub for folks. So I do also think that putting those two things together made it difficult. I do think that the conversation now, as we move forward, is what are the implications? I know we're going through the rest of the propositions. What are the implications for the city, our local city government, now that these things are passing, particularly as we come up on a municipal election in May?
absolutely.
Okay, let's take a look. We have a quick second to take a look at this Prop E council pay raise. I know we got to go to a commercial break, so if we don't have time, we can do that on the other side of this.
Yeah, charters
There we go.
bring people back.
Yeah.
Molly, we're here all night.
That's our
Proposition E for increasing the pay for the mayor and the city council, 64% on that one. We're going to take a quick break.
Come back for charters.
Andrew's going to collect himself. He's laughing so
Yes.
hard. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our Vote 2024 live stream from the heart of the KSAT newsroom, and we are following all of the races. A lot of the local races we've been giving the numbers to. We've also been following the presidential race as well.
Presidents all the way down to propositions. We have David Crockett from Trinity University, who is joining us, as he so often does, to weigh in on what's happening nationally. Professor Crockett, thanks so much for being here. We appreciate your time.
Happy to be here.
Okay, tell me your thoughts so far on what you are seeing as far as numbers. What's it say to you?
So far, I've seen nothing really surprising other than that Trump's slightly ahead in Virginia. That would be one I'd be interested in watching as the evening goes on. But you're really waiting on the results in the 7 battleground states, and that's going to be a while before those settle down and we see clearly what's happening.
Are you surprised at all as close as Texas is at this point? I mean, with 38, I think we're about 40% of the vote so far, and it was like a 3% margin between Harris and Trump.
I'd be surprised if it ends up that close at the end. On the other hand, Trump's performance in Texas has gone down the last 2 election cycles, and so it wouldn't shock me if it goes down a little bit more. I don't think he's going to lose the state, but we got to remember that Bush, McCain, and Romney won Texas easily by double digits, and Trump has never done that. I think it was 9% in 2016 and about 6% in 2020. So if it oozes down to 5 or 4%, that would not be shocking to me.
Are you willing to make any predictions in some of these battleground states that you're watching?
Not to put you on the spot here, but we're going to put you on the spot.
You know, well, welcome to the live stream.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good to be ahead. When you look at some of the late polls, it looked like if you wanted to be one person, it might be better to be Trump in terms of how they were leading. And certainly the conservative commentary was rather giddy over the last couple of days, so they seem to think something is going well. On the other hand, there's always this undercurrent of anxiety because we really don't know until we know. What I can say is that if Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, that looks really good, but he cannot win the election barring a surprise, and a surprise would be like Virginia flips to Trump. That would be unusual and unexpected. But that doesn't happen. He has to pick one of those blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. So I'm going to look first to see, does he lock down those Sunbelt states? And the second one is there something, can he make a break? In one of those 3 states, all he really needs is one of them. But I don't know that I want to predict that. At this point, Nostradamus.
Yeah. At this point in the race, I mean, I know you're a presidential historian here. You have looked at races way back. Is there a race that this one reminds you of at this point in the night, or throughout the race that we've seen?
So for most of my adult life, the races have been pretty easy, and we're done by 10 o'clock. But since 2000, the 2 Obama races being the exception, that's not been true. So this looks like other races, other races with Trump, as well as the 2 with Bush, in terms of it being very, very close nationally and coming down to a state or 2 states. I mean, it was all Florida in 2000 and all Ohio in 2004. And so we know, and we've known for a whole year what the 7 states were going to be. And I'll be interested to see if there's a surprise, but this looks like what we have seen now for much of the last 24 years.
But the campaign itself, the ups and downs there, of course, with Biden stepping aside, Kamala Harris running a 3-month campaign, that's got to be unique.
Yes, that is. So it's very, I'd be hard pressed to think of an example where the presumptive incumbent candidate dropped out voluntarily and was replaced by a vice president who never had to contest a primary and raised $1 billion or more in 3 or 4 months. That is unusual, and I think that's really the tale we'll be talking about when we write the histories. Is this dramatic change over just a few weeks in June and July? So that is unprecedented.
So looking back at 2020, of course, it took us days to get results. There's been a lot of talk about that too, with Pennsylvania especially. kind of set the table for what you feel like the expectation should be in terms of the timing of when we might have this thing decided. I doubt it's going to be 10 o'clock, like you mentioned.
No, I don't think so, unless there seems to be a move in one direction. So it's very easy to say, well, they'll split the 7 states and whoever gets more of them wins. But it could be that there is a slight push in one direction, and it could be either candidate. And if one candidate wins 5 or 6 of those 7, that might become kind of clear before midnight. And it wouldn't be settled, but it would be someone's at a really serious disadvantage. So I think people have to remember that you have to count these votes in sufficient numbers to actually see a difference. And a lot of these states have to start counting absentee ballots, which they couldn't start until today. And that's one reason why it takes a few days. I think that in the last 4 years, some of these states have gotten better at being a little more quick about that. So I'm kind of hopeful we won't have to linger until Saturday. On the other hand, if it all comes down to 1 or 2 states and that makes the difference, the lawyers will swoop in and anything that could possibly be litigated will. And that's the thing that really might prolong this.
All right, before we let you go, 8:06 on election night, is there 1 or 2 particular states that you are most intrigued by what you're seeing right now?
Well, I'm going to be watching to see if Virginia goes back to blue, because I think there's this mystery about how certain people groups are voting and whether there is this a shadow vote for one of the 2 candidates. So that I'm just watching that one. I would expect it to turn blue, but right now it's pink. So that's one, because if he were to pick that one off and win the Sun Belt states, he doesn't need those 3 states or one of those 3 states in the Midwest.
Interesting.
But also, of course, I'll be looking at those 3 Midwest states to see will one of them move in his direction. And we're not going to know that for a while, but that's kind of the 2 areas I'm looking at.
David Crockett with Trinity University, we always appreciate your time. Thanks for being here.
A pleasure.
Thank you. All right, so he's such a student of history.
Wealth of knowledge,
that it's interesting to me to hear him say, right now, I think I'd like to be Donald Trump.
We'll see what happens in the next couple of hours with those key states.
Exactly.
We're also watching that 121 race a little closer to home, as we talked about earlier with Mark LaHood, Laurel Jordan Swift. Our Dylan Collier is covering that one for us. He is with the Swift campaign. Dylan, we looked at these numbers earlier. 4% difference here, 48-52, with Swift trailing just a bit. What's the mood out there?
Hi, Myra. Yeah, the watch party really kicked into high gear about 40 minutes ago. Swift arrived right at 8 o'clock to a loud ovation from the crowd as she walked in, down by about 3,600 votes. So I did a little bit of rough math based on what Jackie Colin has been telling us all night in terms of voter turnout today versus the early voting. In House District 121, you can assume there'll be somewhere between 11,000 and 12,000 votes today. So Swift will need about 68% of those votes today in order to make up that 4 percentage point gap. So a lot of work for her to do over the next couple of hours as the final election results come in. But this was a race very much based off of the school voucher program, Governor Greg Abbott's plan to give Texas families money to offset the cost of private school education. Swift is firmly against that plan. She had a number of Republicans, including former State Senator Jeff Wentworth and Representative Steve Allison, who lost the March primary to Mark LaHood, come across the aisle and join Swift and endorse her. LaHood, meanwhile, had the support of Abbott in the March primary. He was able to easily get past Allison, and so far it looks like he's doing pretty well in the November election against Swift based on the early voting tallies.
Dylan, I'm curious before we let you go, did the Swift people give you any idea of where they needed to be coming out of early voting? I mean, how do they feel about the numbers that they're seeing right now? Any idea?
They would not talk numbers with me. We spoke with her this afternoon. She was at the Tobin Library polling location. She said based on what she had seen throughout the day in early voting that people had come out for public education. It was just a matter of could they get enough Republicans who agree with her kind of anti-voucher stance, as well as moderates that would vote based off of the fact that she does not want school vouchers in play. LaHood has said that he will vote for school vouchers when the legislative session goes back in at the start of the year. So the key for her was being able to get some people like Allison and Wentworth to come across the aisle and vote for her in what has otherwise been a pretty red district the last several decades.
All right, Dylan Collier out with the Swift campaign for us tonight. Dylan, thank you. We talked about how that race is so very much about school vouchers, and we heard LaHood say that, those in favor of school vouchers like he is, it's not about defunding public schools, but yet we haven't seen an increase in funding for public schools be part of that conversation. We know that it's going to go, back before lawmakers come January with the new session. And these races tonight are all about kind of laying out that map to see if it gets across the finish line.
Right. And so much, outspent by so much, Laurel Jordan Swift was in this race. And, I think Dylan was a little bit down on her chances going forward. You guys don't necessarily see it that way. Kevin.
No, it's as we said earlier, it's well within the margin. And in that particular district, especially with the incumbent, as you pointed out earlier, Steve, endorsing her, that's gonna bring some more votes to her. I think here during Election Day, I think it's gonna get closer, and I think she could win it.
Another interesting thing about this race is, Allison sort of represented the community or the neighborhoods when he took a stance against the governor, right? Mm-hmm. But when it was time for them to show up in the general, they didn't show up for him.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think it's always interesting to see that kind of play out. Wow.
Really quickly, I want to take a listen to our Garrett Berger. He is interviewing Joe Jones, the president of the San Antonio Firefighters Association. They came out. They were not in support of Prop C. It's passing tonight. Let's take a listen.
Right now, all 6 propositions are up, including Proposition C. Can you give us your immediate reaction?
Well, the immediate reaction is a little surprised. We're a little surprised. The most important thing to us is that the community of San Antonio speaks, and we saw massive voter turnout. So we think that that's fantastic. And if that's the will of the voters, then that's the way it should be.
Okay. Going into this, you talked about this possibly being some misleading language, given that you had different polling from when UTSA first gave a description of this as removing caps to using the ballot language. There's a big shift in opinion. Mm-hmm. Do you think that language is what allowed this proposition to succeed, whereas 6 years ago voters approved these caps?
It's a little strange that just 6 years ago voters voted in favor of term limits and salary boundaries, and now just 6 years later they think that they're in favor of allowing city council the authority to determine term limits and salary boundaries. Seems a little deceptive, and I'm paraphrasing, it's not exact, but it does seem like deceptive language. I'm not going to say that that's entirely at fault. Our mission was to educate San Antonio and make sure that they knew what they were voting for. We're only 1,800 members in the San Antonio community. And at the end of the day, if this is what they decided, then this is what we support.
Okay. This was a big push for y'all 6 years ago, but you seem, right now speaking with us, you seem kind of okay with, hey, it's done. They've decided we're over. Is it easy to let go?
I hate to be anticlimactic for you, but yeah, it really is, because we've already proven that there's better ways to do business in the city of San Antonio. We've built healthy relationships with city management. We've said repeatedly that we like Eric Walsh, and he was the single factor that weighed in, even pausing or delaying our decision to enter into this again. So we're on the record. We're very clearly stated here that there's better ways to do business than in the past. But ultimately, at the end of the day, this was about educating our public. and we felt compelled to educate our public, specifically because 6 years ago is not that long ago. Whether it was deceptive language on the ballot or the polling science and the constant polling, shifting of the polling science and who answers polls anymore and who answers their phone anymore, and who knows? That's all political science, and I don't purport myself to be an expert in that.
Do you think the union could have pushed harder?
Oh, we could have. Yes, absolutely. We could have pushed really hard. But at the end of the day, our firefighters and paramedics are exhausted. We're at least 10 stations behind to serve our community. We're overrun, and we're underwhelmed with support from the city as far as adding new stations, new units, new ambulances. So, our firefighters' willingness to get out and work the polls when they already have to work 56-hour on average work weeks, it gets a little exhausting. So could we have pushed harder? Sure, we could have pushed harder. But at the end of the day, if the speaker, if the community has spoken and they were at least well informed and they were provided the other side, to think about, hey, you guys just voted for this. Hey, this is what it means. Because when we were speaking to the community, we were interacting. They're like, oh no, term limits and salary.
All right, that's Joe Jones there, the president of the San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association. They came out kind of late in the game and said that they were not for Prop C, which gets rid of term limits and also a salary cap for the San Antonio city manager. It looks like those caps are gone, and of course the union, they're the ones that pushed to get voters to put those in place 6 years ago.
That was a more interesting interview than maybe I expected it to be. Just how,
in his words, anticlimactic.
Right, and he's not all that broken up by the fact that it didn't pass.
Well, he did talk about
that it did pass, I should say.
He did talk about how now there is a much different relationship between the fire union and the city manager, which, compared to 6 years ago, that got these caps in place in the first place, that was a wildly different relationship. So,
well, I would go back to 2018, and I'll bring in the power panel here. I'll go back to 2018 with the fact that there were people back then that said if you have a problem with the city manager, getting a new charter amendment passed isn't the way to deal with it. So I mean, apparently that's changed. Go ahead.
So I have an issue with the word deceptive, because I remember that campaign, and one could argue that that campaign was deceiving voters. Because to Kevin's point, they didn't vote for Prop C, these caps, they voted for the firefighters, to his point. Didn't mean to steal your talking point. But my thing is, also, there's so much packed into that, even though it didn't seem like it. Another thing, if you want the thing to win, campaign.
Yeah.
Like, don't cry about it now, right? The voter. This is what happens when you don't campaign. And number two
I don't think he's disappointed.
Well, all I'm going to say is you try to throw in another. Well, we need 10 more fire stations, bro. How much more of the budget do y'all want? Right? They got 68% of our budget right now. Right? And so, I mean, what are we missing here? Do y'all want all of it so y'all can pave the streets and you can fix the drainage and all that? Am I wrong?
I don't know that I would make this argument. I will say, I think that this conversation is so much bigger than firefighters and 2018, and I think what this proposition has now done, no matter what, is put a giant spotlight on our current city manager to determine his accountability and his evaluation, and will that be public moving forward? And then secondarily to that is, this current city manager's pay is capped at 10 times the lowest paid salary in the city of San Antonio. And the person making that, and there are hundreds of people making that, below $49,000 is what a human being in San Antonio needs to rent a one-bedroom apartment. And a city of San Antonio maintenance worker makes $37,000. That's $11,000 more, less. 11,000 and change less than what a person needs to rent an apartment in their own city that they serve. And that's the conversation I cannot wait to have with mayoral candidates in the municipal election, as we remove the cap for the city manager and still don't have a public evaluation process or accountability process for our city manager.
So I would say I won't disagree with her. I will say that I like the direction she's going with that, but city managers are evaluated by our bond rating. Right, and so when you're talking about an evaluation,
no, they're not.
All right, we got to take. We're going to continue.
Got to take a quick break.
Yeah,
we obviously have more to discuss.
I was going to get between them there for a second.
We'll be right back. Welcome back. Our power panel still hotly debating some city issues that we can get into later. But first, we want to take a look at the latest on the Senate race between Ted Cruz, Colin Allred, if we can call up those numbers and see where they stand at this point. All right.
And this race was tighter than this, certainly 57% reporting. Ted Cruz now with a 6% lead in this race. It was 49-49, I believe, the last time we checked in. So obviously you see that this race at this point seems to be swinging towards Ted Cruz with about difference of 400,000 votes right now.
And we talked about this a little bit earlier. You know, you all seemed pretty confident that Cruz was going to take this one, but what was going to be the difference between Allred's performance and Beto O'Rourke's performance? Is that kind of playing out how you thought it would at this point, Kevin?
No, it's I still think Colin's performance is going to be closer than Beto's was, but I still think Ted wins.
I don't. I just think Colin ran a great race. I don't think people thought he would run this good, but I mean it's great. Obviously, it's not winning.
By the way, I also want to get Molly. Do you want to weigh in on this race? I don't want to.
No. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. That's what your face was telling me.
She's ready to go back.
Always
She's ready to
give it
go back
away.
to
Let's go to the state of Texas too, because we want to mention that the Associated Press and ABC News have both called the state of Texas for Donald Trump tonight, and this is the latest numbers: 54-45 right now. Trump winning right now by more than he beat Joe Biden 4 years ago.
And we've got the electoral votes counter up on the screen, I believe, here. And of course, because Trump won the state of Texas, winner take all in Texas, so he gets all 40 of those votes from Texas. What's the latest count on that right now, Landon? 177 Trump to 99 Harris as far as the electoral vote count goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that electoral count shifted after 2020. Texas got a couple more counts, right? So we went from 38 to 40. So it's a couple more in the Trump column for this round.
Yeah. All right. I want to let's bring a guest in, shall we?
Who is it? Is it a mystery guest?
Yes. Eddie Alderete joins us now from Beyond the Bite podcast. Of course, IBC Bank, many other things. Eddie, come over here and stand between Myra and I.
You can't be behind the panel.
Yes. That's right. Then he would be a mystery guest. Your thoughts on, and I know that you do a lot of different conversations in your podcast, Beyond the Bite. Your thoughts on the charter amendments passing tonight?
I think it's a big difference that it's during a presidential election cycle. I think that if you look at the different electorate in a presidential year versus a municipal election, in municipal elections you tend to have older voters that are more consistent that come out. They tend to lean a little more conservative. So I think in this particular case, wasn't a total surprise that they all seem to be headed to pass.
Yeah, and I don't want to put you in the situation of speaking for the business community, but this was something that the business community was pushing, especially Prop C. Yeah.
This was an important one. You know, part of the challenge with the campaign was raising money for a variety of different propositions. If it's just one, it's a little bit easier to get a more unanimous consensus behind it. But when you have some that are more controversial than others, it makes it a little bit harder to raise money. And if you also noticed, the business campaign messaging seemed to be just focused on Proposition C.
Yeah, especially we had Gordon Hartman on to talk about Proposition C and some of the other propositions just last week. And it didn't seem like the firefighters union was that broken up that this didn't pass.
I think they felt, obligated to stick to their positions from 2018. But didn't necessarily put all the same amount of money or time and energy and effort into fighting it.
Proposition E, we haven't talked about that one yet. That is raising the pay for city council members as well as the mayor. I thought this was going to be a harder sell to voters than it seems like it has been. I mean, it's wildly passing. What's your reaction to that?
I think, again, I would have agreed with you, and I would guess that in a May municipal election, it would have truly struggled, as well as changing the term limits from 2 years to 4 years.
Yeah.
I think, again, having this during a presidential cycle when you have a much larger turnout, I think that's what's made the difference.
You raise a good point. I mean, the presidential race does have...
Those are the only kind of points I raise.
This is why we have you on, Eddie.
I don't know. You were a banker, so I know you're lying. You did have some points on things.
Well, so, I mean, how about this? To your point about the presidential race, are there any other races that you're looking at saying that's going to have some sort of impact because of the top of the ballot?
So in Texas, a lot of people like to talk about whether Texas is turning blue or turning purple, I should say. Texas would truly not be purple until, in my mind, until half of the statewide elections are Democrats and half are Republican. That's when the state, in my mind, would truly be purple. Now, are things changing? Or are they moving in a particular direction? I'm keeping my eye on the state Senate seat that stretches from Brownsville to Corpus. Incumbent Morgan LaMantia is running for re-election. Like we've seen in District 121, where the governor weighed in to support Mark LaHood, Lieutenant Governor Patrick has weighed in to support the Republican opponent down there. So there are some races across the state that will give us a peek into what's happening and where the state's headed.
We've talked a little bit about, on a national level, the Latino vote and how that has shifted a little more to the right than we have seen in previous elections. Do you feel like you're seeing that happen actually in Texas?
So I think it depends, and I think this is another reminder that candidates matter, and it also depends on what part of the state you're in. The one thing that we can agree on is that more Hispanics in Texas are registering as independents, well, not necessarily registering, but they identify as independents versus identifying with the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. Now, what they actually do with their vote is a different issue. But I think as you look around the state, 2016 was a unique race because no one expected Donald Trump to win Zapata County. That had been heavily, heavily Democrat, but he won. What voters there did was they voted for Trump, and then they came back over to the Democratic side and voted. Cornyn lost Zapata County in 2016, although Trump won it. So they voted for him individually, but then went down the ballot and voted all Democrat.
Yeah, important to remember that the Latino vote, as well as the state of Texas, not homogenous.
Correct.
It all depends on where you are.
It does, and who the candidates are.
Yeah. All right, we've got the power panel here. I'll open it up if they have any questions for you, Eddie, tonight.
Sure.
Kevin?
Eddie, we'll go back to the propositions, and before we kill each other in regards to whether we think C was a good one. I thought it was a mistake for this community to term limit and pay cap from the beginning.
In 2018.
In 2018. So obviously, I personally was for C this time. But DeMonte and Molly and I were talking, a lot of it's about the campaign. And there was a big campaign in 2018.
It was.
Okay. And I think it was more personality based than it was is this a good thing for the city or a bad thing? But we did see, I think, what I'll refer to as the business community come out on. The only thing they came out on was C. And to your point earlier, it was hard to kind of get people focused because there's 6 different ones.
And they're hard to explain.
But do you think that, whether it was the chambers and, that type of thing, did it make a difference in getting C to where it is today?
I think it did. And as a former elected official, you know that anger and frustration don't make for good governance.
Yeah.
If you have a solid policy idea or a position that you want to put forward, let's debate the merits of that and not do that out of anger and frustration, which is what we saw between former city manager Cheryl Scully and former fire union chief Chris Steele. And I think if you look at the comments that Joe Jones has made, we have 2 different people, different personalities, a much calmer environment between the union chief and the city manager. And the one thing we have to remember is, yes, they just won a 3-year contract, but a year from now, they have to start sitting down again to start those renegotiations.
Yeah.
So I think that in general, artificial limitations on who the city council hires and fires is not good governance. If you want to have limitations on terms or term limits on the elected officials, that's a totally different conversation. But I think if the city manager is not doing a good job, then the council has the right to remove them and bring in someone else. If the city manager is doing a good job, they should certainly have the opportunity to keep them.
Well, I think that's interesting. I'm like, I think you're talking terms versus pay caps, right? So I think those are 2 separate things, and putting them together on one proposition seemed to be a pretty
good strategy.
I was like, I didn't want to use the word calculated because that's not what I meant, but I'm like,
it's a good strategy.
Right, putting them together, it sort of, I agree with you. I'm like, hey, if somebody's doing a good job, we keep them around, and if they're not, kick them out, right? So I think what's interesting to me now is having the conversation around, so based on sort of what we've been talking about as a group, as a community now, again, a spotlight on our current city manager, what does this now mean, removing caps? I think part of the conversation from when we say business community, we do mean large business community, because smaller businesses actually were saying, hey, let's go ahead and cap the guy. Not cap the guy.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay. Just cap the salary.
Yeah.
We knew what you meant.
We got you. See, that was one of the not good points. I would never make.
That's not where I was going with it. And then mostly I just do it so I can get this one to laugh. And I can get him to giggle. But I do think there's a really interesting conversation then to have around, okay, what does this now open up a national search? Do we find the best possible city manager ever? What kinds of conversations we have locally? I think this has implications for the mayor's election.
I don't think it opens a search at all, because if the council is happy with Eric, then Eric stays.
Oh.
And the difference being that if it passes and the cap on his tenure is removed, Eric can be here for 40 more years if the council wanted him to stay.
Oh, got it. Okay. I don't think that's the way the comms were coming out. That's why I'm asking. I'm like, hey, we kept hearing the national search and we can bring in the big best and the brightest. And so that's why I was like,
I think, that's if Eric were to leave. The unique thing in the case of Eric, and this was not about Eric, it was about good governance, but then you add a layer on top of that of those who believe Eric is doing a good job. Eric's a native of San Antonio. He loves this city, and if you look at Corpus Christi, the city manager in Corpus is Peter Zanoni, the former assistant city manager from San Antonio, who's earning more for having less and fewer responsibilities than Eric has.
I mean, he's also living in Corpus, so.
Oh, wow.
I say that as Corpus Christi. I'm from Corpus.
She's from Corpus.
Someone's going to come
for everybody in Corpus watching this live stream, that's not just limited.
I need 409 for that too.
So Eddie, the question I have for you is around the term limits. If this was to pass now, council would do 2 4-year terms.
Correct.
How do you think that will impact, or not at all, moving forward for city council?
So, great question, and I think the most recent example that we saw of that was in City Council District 1. where Council Mario Bravo was defeated after 1 2-year term. Now, David Zamiello, who was the co-chair of the Charter Review Commission, one of the things that they discussed and he made very clear was no matter who was serving for how long they've served, nobody serves more than 8 years. So if you've gone through 3 2-year terms for 6 years and this passes, you still only have 1 2-year term left.
Right.
But to your point, it will have a difference. Voters may take a harder look and a longer look at who their council candidates are. Even though they built in a recall mechanism, I think a recall is always a little harder than an upcoming election.
Because that was my next follow-up. Sorry if I got a little bit of time. Is we get a candidate in there, and obviously the community just not having it, right? So what are those tools, the mechanisms the community has?
Instead of waiting a year and a half, they're going to have to wait
4 years. Waiting 4 years.
Yeah.
What is that process like? Is it still like a petition? So many votes? How does that work?
I don't know the answer to that question. I do know because I never really saw the official recall language that they implemented. But again, the co-chair, David Zamiello, made it clear that they were going to have that language to make it very clear that if somebody was a good campaigner, but they were not good at governing, there would be a mechanism to pull them out of office.
Interesting. All right.
Eddie Alderete, appreciate all the great points you have made here this evening.
Thank you. Delighted to be here.
Yeah.
You know, and his podcast is called Beyond the Bite. The other one he was giving us no bad points, but he went with Beyond the Bite. So I'm glad that I think you made a wise decision. Yeah.
Thank you. Delighted to be here.
Yeah, Eddie, great to see you.
Great to see you.
All right. Our Garrett Berger is standing by as we were talking about the propositions, talking about the charter amendments. He joins us now live. Garrett, I'm guessing very upbeat. I know you just got done. Well, looks like you just got done with the Firefighters Union president. We listened in a little bit. He didn't sound all that broken up.
He really didn't. We asked him if he, was more or less resigned to this at this point, and he more or less said yes. At this point, the fire union president, Joe Jones, he was not the president when the fire union led the charge on this 6 years ago. That was under different leadership. Chris Steele, someone who Jones has made great effort to draw a clear line between him and the previous leadership. And he has said that, it's not quite win-win, but they're not all that cut up if Eric Walsh sticks around. The hardest part of their decision in determining that they wanted to oppose Prop C was that they have a good relationship with city management now. Before, under Chris Steele and Cheryl Scully, previously at the city, they were at loggerheads. The city and the union were in a years-long fight over a contract. Many of us saw this as just another front in that war, and it was more of a political maneuver than it was something that a lot of people felt the fire union was really for. This time around, Jones said, philosophically, they are for term limits, but he described the firefighters' role in this campaign as trying to educate the public and then leaving it up for them to decide. So, with that in mind, he seems to be feeling okay about kind of putting up the hands and saying, this is what the voters have decided. We're going to leave it to them. We've given them the information, and this is the result. But I think one thing that it really is telling is when you look at these proposition turnouts, we're seeing more than 40,000 people simply did not vote one way or the other on all of them. Anywhere from, about 48,000 to 67,000 San Antonio voters on any one of those propositions didn't cast a ballot. That's roughly 12 to 17% undervotes. That means they got to that part of the ballot and said, I've had enough. And I know that I was certainly pretty tired by the time I got to that portion. I think I was 34 races in by the time I got to the 6 propositions at the end. And UTSA polling, they did 2 polls, one in September and October, found that anywhere from 70 to 80% of voters did not even know that these ballot propositions were going to be asked. So for a lot of people, this was likely the first time that they read these questions. I know I've been trying to get it out there. We've been doing a lot of stories on these ballot propositions, but for a lot of people, they didn't know what was happening. So whatever they read in the ballot box, that was all the information or context that they had to go on.
Yeah, Garrett, I mean, we've got that UTSA polling, but I know you went out, you talked to voters, asking them whether they even knew these propositions were on the ballot, and if they did they know what they mean? So the numbers that you just shared can't be surprising. And I'm also curious, with all of these passing, I mean, you're at City Hall day in and day out. Any of the results of these proposition votes, are they at all surprising to you?
No, not at all. Honestly, the biggest indicator was the fact that nobody knew they were coming. You know, people have been hyper-focused on this election, but they're focused at the top of their ballot. They're focused on the presidential race, on the Senate race. We've got some high-profile House races just here in Texas. When you get down to local races like this, when you've got dozens of questions on your ballot, most people just don't have the bandwidth to be paying that close of attention to it. And they may see a headline every now and then, but for your average voter, unfortunately, as the City Hall reporter, I know all too well, people don't always look at those city headlines. They're more interested in what's happening over in DC or Austin.
All right, Garrett, covering these propositions for us tonight after just speaking with the president of the Firefighters Association. Thanks, Garrett.
Thank you, Garrett. By the way, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to our KSAT Election Night live stream. We are now in the data duo den, as we call it. John Taylor from UTSA, Ana Ramon from Annie's List. You guys have been crunching the numbers, and I want to get to the presidential numbers that we have behind us in a little bit. But first, let's talk just about Texas. Ana, what are you saying?
Looking at some of actually what was just mentioned by Mr. Allred, some of like the South Texas areas and districts, going to one that's a bit surprising, a little concerning is CD 28, Henry Cuellar, which is its Cord and Webb County and Laredo, goes all the way up to Bexar County. While this district has been fortified by, I think, a previously strong incumbent, obviously he's battered and bruised, he's down right now. And I think we're waiting to see what comes out of Webb. Webb, election day may save him as it has in the past.
It has so many times.
Exactly. I think the other one that we're looking at is SC 27, which was also mentioned. This is gerrymandered to the hell and back.
Yeah.
It goes from Cameron County all the way up to Seguin. It's a bit of a bellwether, yes, for Texas, but the amount of money that's been spent in that district is pretty phenomenal. So,
who are we talking about in that
This
race?
is Senator Morgan Lamantia versus Adam Hinojosa. This was a nail biter the first time. I think it was a 400 to 500 vote spread
at most.
Exactly. So she's up again, and millions of dollars later, we'll see how that performs in the next couple hours.
Where is, because we don't have obviously the numbers right in front of us, but where is the race with Cuellar, and where are we at right now?
He's down by about 3,000 votes. Let's be honest, though. You've only had about 39% of the vote in.
Yes.
So I would slow everybody's roll thinking that Cuellar is going to lose this thing.
Well, he is beaten and battered. He's not the candidate that he was.
He's not, but
yeah,
this is still a district I think that is still friendly to Henry Cuellar.
I don't disagree with you, but if I'm reading the tea leaves, as I do sometimes, John, his opponent put out ads on TV. I don't know that I've ever seen a Republican with ads against Cuellar in his previous tenures. Yeah. So that tells me they at least think they got
at least
a shot.
had money. They have a shot. I'd be interested in what's going to happen in CD 34. Vicente Gonzalez is now ahead. CD 15, which was drawn to be a Republican district, right now, the Republican is leading. I assume she's going to win, but we don't know.
Yeah.
It is a bit surprising on Allred that he's a little bit more behind than expected. Let's see what numbers are left, but it's probably not looking all that good. I know there's some people have called it already, supposedly for Cruz. I would also
the Associated Press is not, and that's who we're using tonight. By the way, in case you're wondering, the Associated Press has not called it in this race.
Nationally, we'll go back to this map again because, again. You got
you
the
want to
red.
Walk over here?
Yes, we'll do a Kornacki
right.
again.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got the red mirage, and you also have the blue wave or the blue wall.
Yeah.
You notice the blue wall is starting to take effect right here. This one's laughable in Minnesota. It's like less than 1% in.
Yeah.
Nebraska, you're not seeing the two congressional districts. Actually, you see the one right there. Two of them, Omaha, and the other side of Omaha toward Iowa and Lincoln, are both right now leading with Harris. Now, CD2 is the one that usually goes Democratic.
Right.
Also interesting is Kansas has been going back and forth all night. 1-2 points either way between Trump and Harris, and they're up to roughly 60-65% of the vote counted.
Yeah.
Georgia is the one to keep in mind here. Ooh, Trump is ahead right now. There's still 1.2 million votes in Fulton County alone to be counted.
And that's way more than the deficit right now.
A lot.
Yeah.
The deficit's only less than 150,000. North Carolina, only 10% of Charlotte's been counted. So I would say again, same with Virginia. Nothing in Northern Virginia has been counted, and that's a heavily Democratic area.
Yeah. I look at this map though. You say, okay, this is the red mirage. Yeah. There's also some blue. There's also some blue mirage.
There is. That's a blue mirage.
He is not. Yeah. Donald Trump is not going to lose Missouri.
I doubt that. This one, however, polling suggested that Harris might win. Let's see what happens there. The Intermountain West and the Far West are going to come in the next few minutes. We'll see what happens there.
You mentioned Nebraska. So Omaha is here.
Right.
Lincoln is
Lincoln's
here.
there.
These are the two of the three electoral votes that'll go.
Correct.
They're very different than the rest of the state.
Oh, no question.
Yeah. But Omaha and Iowa, they have the same TV.
That's right.
They have the same television market.
Yep.
So that could bleed over a little bit. So it's real interesting as we look at this map. If you see Omaha and Lincoln, Lincoln would obviously be more of a surprise if
it would be.
But that is it sort of what we saw in the Seltzer poll at the end of the
possible.
election.
Yeah, it is quite possible. So again, we're seeing some mirages here.
I think the whole thing comes down to Pennsylvania.
I think it does too. And if turnout is as strong as they said in Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris wins this. Because again, in a few minutes, you're going to get California called for Harris almost immediately. And all of a sudden, those numbers get really close again.
But right now, of the three so-called blue wall states, Wisconsin is the tightest.
Yeah, and that one I still think eventually goes Harris. Barely, but it goes Harris. It's going to be a long night.
You have a lot more confidence in what you're seeing
just
than
looking at the numbers.
I want to ask Anna. I want to ask you what you think. I mean, are you agreeing with what John is seeing as far as reading the tea leaves in some of these states?
There's a lot of bellwethers, right? And I think that let's be honest about one important thing. The amount of voter suppression and efforts to try to keep people from the ballots, to slow down the processes. We know that there's going to be a long night in Milwaukee. There's going to be a long night. How many bomb threats were in Georgia
There
alone?
were 27 bomb threats alone in Fulton County.
Yes.
Apparently all dialed in or called in by Russians.
Yes, but what all of this speaks to is just how the Electoral College comes down to such a small amount of people for 300 million plus, right?
Right.
So while I may not err on maybe the same side as you, maybe there's a little balance here going on, I am concerned, especially with, I think, some of the states and the populations and like how they're moving. While like the Latino and other populations are not monoliths, we have to talk to them and we have to communicate to them. And what we have seen is a massive amount of spending over multiple years, not in just even the last couple months, to push people. So look at Texas alone. We have probably, even on the House races, my favorite thing to talk about, you had $56 million on the House races on the Republican side spent versus $11 million on the Democratic side. They're not taking anything for granted, and I think it's starting to show.
When you say you're concerned, Are you concerned, like, overall? Are you concerned about just the presidential race? Are you concerned? I mean, dive down for me here. When you look at the numbers, are you concerned that your chosen candidate, Kamala Harris, isn't going to win?
I think that this has always been a toss-up. And as was mentioned, it's been hard, I think, with polling. Not to blame pollsters, I think they do a phenomenal job. But with Trump on the ballot, he's done a really good job of disrupting information, disrupting scientific polling, which makes things difficult to kind of feel and out and see. And what we're feeling now, I think, is like a bit of that fair weatherness, like where will some of these fellows fall? And I am concerned because ultimately, it comes down to who got the message across, and there's referendums on abortion, there's referendums on the economy, there's referendums on a lot of things, and I think it comes down to how are people feeling that day, and voters, they have the right to choose, and hopefully our message broke through.
I want to talk to you more about Latinos and the Latino vote. So I'm going to hang out in here, but I'm going to pitch it back to Myra, because Myra has another race that we're taking a look at. Myra.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, and the data duo. Let's run through some of these U.S. rep races. We haven't taken a look yet at these numbers. We've got, 15, Monica de la Cruz easily winning over Michelle Vallejo here this evening. And these are statewide numbers, by the way. What else do we have, Producer Landon, that we can take a look at here tonight? Okay, District 21, Chip Roy, the incumbent. He has been in office for a while. Looks like he is going to stay there. 61% over his Democrat opponent. Next race up here this evening, District 23, Tony Gonzalez. The big race here was really in the primary for this one when he was up against Brandon Herrera. He is winning very solidly here this evening. This is that massive district that extends from the west side of San Antonio all the way to El Paso. Border issues always very big and in play here for this district. Next up tonight, we have U.S. Rep in District 28, Henry Cuellar. This has been, I heard some whispers of wow over here from our power panel. Obviously, this is a race that Cuellar has been in the seat for a very long time, has tons of name recognition. However, there was that federal indictment to deal with. So I want to ask our power panel, why the wow? Where'd the wow come from? Was that you, Kevin?
It was me. Henry's been there a long time, and he's truly, what I would call a moderate Democrat. Has fought really hard for Texas, but there's been a lot of noise, and he's been under attack not only from his own party, but obviously from the opposition, and that's really close. I would have expected it maybe the other way, which is what got my wow, but we'll see. That's 40% in. So.
Okay, Molly, there's another face. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm like, I think with what we learned in the news more recently about Henry Cuellar, I still think people thought, hey, that's going to just be no problem. So this is a little bit shocking, I think, to me. I'm shocked by nothing in elections anymore, but I did think that would have been flipped.
What do you think, Devontae?
I just think you're seeing, he already had a tough past few years.
Sure.
Already. But, I think with what Kevin calls it noise, so just we'll keep it at that.
Yeah.
That obviously that's really affecting him. But I think Henry was put in a position to where he was trying to cater to both sides, and this is where you get bit in the butt.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Now you have the side that you're trying to cater to. Now it's coming out and taking your seat.
Yeah.
And so this is a hard one for Democrats.
Sometimes I wonder how long are the memories of voters for the noise to still be noise when it comes time to cast your vote.
Yeah.
Seems like maybe it's stuck around a little bit longer than I would have expected.
Well, and this one's kind of drug out too.
Well,
and there hasn't been an end to it.
Still a lot of questions about it.
Still a lot of questions, and so
some people probably thought he's in jail.
But
I know that I've seen Henry Cuellar in these races before.
Yeah.
Where you think he's in trouble. And he pulls it out.
Yeah, this is only 40%.
Right, that's what I'm saying. There's still a lot of time left in this particular race.
Devontae made a good point. A moderate, I don't care whether they're a moderate Democrat or a moderate Republican, you get the hell beat out of you from both sides.
Yep.
And if you show the slightest bit of weakness, somebody's coming for you. They came for Henry in the primary hard, coming for him in the general.
Well, and I will say Jay Furman has ads on the air.
Yeah.
I mean, he's perhaps the biggest Republican. Cuellar's been challenged by a lot of Democrats. This is probably his most formidable Republican
Well, here's the
challenger.
significance to Bexar County. He's on the Appropriations Committee.
Yes.
Right? And so one could argue
Cuellar
about his
is,
politics. Exactly. That is a pipeline of funds that comes down from the federal government to Bexar County to us from him. So that's going to be a huge impact as well.
All right, we got another U.S. rep race, I believe, to take a look at here, 35. I think that's where we are. Okay, Greg Casar, obviously solid win here tonight. The incumbent stays in that race.
This is obviously a little bit of San Antonio, but mostly Austin for Greg Casar.
Yes, a very funky shaped
I'm
district.
curious if we have anything from District 80. Do we have anything from 80? Do we have anything from that?
Yeah, we haven't talked about that race.
The Don McLaughlin
here
race
tonight. Former mayor of Uvalde.
I'm just curious more than anything else. I mean, I think you would consider McLaughlin being the favorite in that race, but I am curious from the state rep race.
And that's an open seat. Tracy King retiring there. Don McLaughlin, of course, the former mayor. Ceciliano Castellano is his Democrat opponent there, who beat Rosie Cuellar, since we were just talking about him, Henry's sister, in a runoff not too long ago.
And Stacey King, a Democrat from there, very moderate Democrat, but a Democrat. And so this would be a Republican pickup if the former Uvalde mayor were to win this race.
Do we have those numbers, Landon, that we can take a look at?
Patrick's giving me the hold on, he's working on it. He's got it.
So right behind this camera, that's our entire set, all of our producers, everything. So we can talk to him right here.
13% reporting, and you can see the former mayor of Uvalde with 66% of the vote to Cecilia Castellano with 34%. We've seen Don McLaughlin advertising as well in this race from Uvalde. Still very early, though, in this race tonight.
I think it's time to take a quick break here. We're going to take a break, reset things. We'll be right back after this. night live stream here in the KSAT newsroom. Latest update we got on the electoral vote numbers. 270 is the magic number to reach. I believe we've got a counter up on the screen. That latest number right now, 188 for Trump, 99 for Harris. We heard our data duo weighing in on their two different versions of what they're seeing in the numbers so far for this presidential race.
I think it's like one's more optimistic than the other, is how I put it with the what they're seeing in the numbers. But there's still so much out there that we don't know, including in states like Georgia and North Carolina, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, even Virginia. We don't have a definitive idea right now. Yeah. Those states have not been called for either one of these candidates so far. And I know, can we give the latest update on the Senate race in the state of Texas? The state has already been called for former President Donald Trump and the 40 electoral votes that go along with it. This is a race that many people thought would be as close, if not closer, than 6 years ago when Beto O'Rourke took on Colin Allred. And you can see, at least at this point, with 65% reporting in the state, it is not turning out that way. It is under double digits, but 53-45 with the incumbent Ted Cruz right now leading Colin Allred.
Does this look like harder and harder ground just based on numbers to make up?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 65% of counties coming in. The big ones have started to come in already. Yeah. Yes, it's a hard. Yeah. Same thing, I think, right? Like, you're also looking at top of the ticket. This is the very next one to go. Yeah. Donald Trump, it looks like, is going to take probably 8-9%, points above Kamala Harris, which is closer to Hillary Clinton than it was to Joe Biden. Yep. So we actually widened that gap versus brought it back in. So this makes sense in that space, right? Yeah.
It's going to prove me wrong. I thought it would be close.
It's true.
Well, that's all right.
That's okay.
We're not keeping score. We're not keeping score tonight.
You can have a moment.
Well, you guys see what we were talking about earlier. Also, just the amount of money you have to raise to be competitive in this state. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Something else that, I think anyone who wasn't living under a rock would have noticed about the ads that we saw in this race. Okay, if we look back at March, when we were talking about the races really focused on the school voucher issue, a lot of the ads against those candidates that the governor, thought would not support the school voucher plan, it wasn't about school vouchers. It was about the border. And then you look at this race, and you would think the main issue were trans issues in this race. Your take on that?
That goes back to the other part I was mentioning that worries me greatly in regards to the electorate as a whole, and that's the toxicity that comes out in these races. It just turns people off, and they just don't want to hear it anymore. I mean, I know I personally, I can't hardly stand watching the news and all the commercials that come with it.
Yeah.
I get why it happens, but if it's not a, personal injury lawyer or a campaign ad,
we said today during our 5 o'clock newscast, I was like, oh, look, Christmas commercials. Yeah. That's nice.
It was,
That's a good change of
What a break.
Yeah. But it does, it does strike me as odd that is the anti-Colin Allred, was that he voted to have boys go into women's restrooms. He voted to have that seems to be the tact, and whether we like it or not, it seems to have worked in this race.
Well, I think his response also was not great. So it wasn't like he became, in fact, I think part of that challenge, right, when you're like going up against something that is so ridiculous, right? And to be fair, there was the bathroom bill hit our state hard, right? And then it's like, how do you counter something like that? And I don't believe that Colin Allred countered it well. In fact, what he ultimately ended up doing is not coming out for trans rights, but sort of being like, no, I right, juggle. And I think that's problematic as well, because you're not really sort of getting folks into your camp by saying, this is ridiculous. Why are we even speaking about this? I am for the dignity of all human beings. He sort of was like, I don't really know how to do that. Like, how do I counter that information? And what we ultimately lose is conversations about abortion and healthcare and immigration and education and, right, like, because we're like talking about things in ways that I think dehumanize human beings. And then how do you counter it?
And that wasn't the conversation just in this race.
No,
it was across so many races that were, whatever the ads were against the Republican or against the Democratic candidate, it focused on that.
Yeah,
and it wasn't just in the state.
No,
I mean, it seems like it's a Republic. It seems like it is a Republican template.
Just serving up red meat.
Certain races.
You're serving red meat to the voters, right? And this is, although I applaud Colin for the type of race he ran, but to Molly's point, which I agree with her, you got to have some type of stuff that you stand on as far as values. If you're going to be a Democrat, there's core values that Democrats have, and you have to be unapologetic about that. There's no problem with like being more fiscally conservative and like agreeing on infrastructure issues and things like that. But when it comes to human decency and treating everyone equally, like, you got to stand your ground on that, man. And I think that's where he kind of gets in trouble a little bit, trying to play to the state and to the Republican Party.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. For a guy trying to run as a bipartisan,
right?
He
you
didn't
can
really
do
make
it,
anybody
but to
happy.
Molly's point, I think he does better just by standing his ground and saying, look, this is where I stand. Just treat everybody equally.
Look, and DeMonte, I know you agree with this. So does Molly. When people talk to me about running for office, I tell them there's two skill sets that they have to have. The first skill set is knowing how to run for office, and it's a science, okay? And it can be totally distasteful, but it works, okay? And then the second skill set is knowing how to do the job that you happen to get elected to, okay? And what you see, I think, unfortunately, my opinion, is the vast majority of people that we elect into office obviously have that skill set one. Very few have that skill set too, because at the end of the day, governance, good governance, happens in the middle. It doesn't happen at the extremes. But all we hear about are the extremes, and the more extreme you are in the race, skill set one.
You were talking about the Henry Cuellar race as somebody who is a moderate. If you are not so far in one camp or the other, somebody's coming for you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and then that has implications about that toxicity you're talking about that, could drive voters just away from the democratic process.
But I think, like, if you're in Henry's process, right, I mean, he kind of set his own traps, to hurt himself. But, I mean, Henry, the way he was running, I mean, he's hard to beat. There's some core things that he stood for, and there's a lot of controversial bills that he voted against Democrats on, which gets him in trouble and stuff. But I think that was self-inflicted, and when it comes to Henry. I mean, you saw this on the national side too. I mean, it's a lot of, the world's going to end if we elect a female, minority, Latino, African American president.
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah.
And so it's just one of those things.
No, we had an entire debate about a presidential candidate stood on a stage and said, Haitians are eating people's pets. Like, that was a thing.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm like, there is a conversation, I think, nationally that we have to be willing to say out loud, that is not all right. Period. Full stop, the end. No. Right? Like, and we're not having that. There seems to be like this weird counter from the folks running on the opposite side being like, well, I don't know how to count. How do you counter a lie with truth if the lie is actually picked up and run with? So yes.
You say it enough, it becomes some people's truth.
That's right.
Yeah. And people are taking what they see on the internet, on social, on podcasts. I've talked to hundreds of people, and some of the stuff that the reasons why they give me why they're voting for whoever, I'm like, where did you hear that? So it's just the way we consume information, the way people digest and their circles is just, it's all over the place.
Somebody
right now,
asked me right before I got out of office what I saw was the biggest change, and I said, it's this.
Yeah. What's the biggest change in our business, too?
Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
Look, I'll give you the perfect
We're
example.
online right now.
Yes. Yeah, right.
Yes.
People are watching us on that right now.
Yeah. When I was a kid, when you were a kid, you wanted your news. Okay, you turned on the network. Okay,
Like
you turned
this.
on KSAT,
Like that.
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Okay, you read the Light or the Express, and if you wanted entertainment, you went to the National Enquirer. Everybody knew it was BS, but it was fun to read.
It was fun to read.
Well, now you got thousands of those.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's hard to differentiate between what's real and what's not real.
Yeah.
But also, before we go, there's real life and then there's campaigning, right?
Yes.
And so there's a whole strategy, and go ahead.
No. You're absolutely. I 100% agree.
And so sometimes when you're the candidate in campaigns, you know what's real and what isn't. But for the sake of campaigning, you do what you got to do strategy-wise to win, right? And to get your voters to be pissed off or to charge them up to go vote or not like the other person. A lot of it is just gamesmanship. But I think gamesmanship of what we're seeing now is not a right word, because now we're dehumanizing people. We're crossing the lines in a lot of different ways when it comes to campaigning.
All right, let's quickly go to 118 and 121. And I just want to let, since we're on the live stream, I want to let our producer Landon and our director Patrick know that there is a chance that we will take Congressman Joaquin Castro around 9:30 on the Zoom. Okay? You hear me, Patrick? Yes. Okay. So just throwing that out there.
Keep everybody informed.
Exactly. All right, District 118, this is now with 11% reporting, and you can see it still seems like it's still very close race here.
Yeah.
Just over 2,000 votes between the incumbent, John Lujan, and the challenger, Christian Carranza.
Let's take a look at 121. This there with Mark LaHood and Laurel Jordan Swift. Same margin, 13%, but still early numbers. I mean, I don't think that these have changed.
They haven't
really
changed
in the
that
last.
much.
I think there were only a few additional votes coming in from today that we're starting to see.
That's what I mean. We're just at 13%. That's not much at all. I'm going to go. 9% in Bexar County is what our producer is telling us that we have right now. I'm going to go back to the data den.
Data den?
This might be a little.
That's what we're calling it, the data den.
I'm a little. I will. Since we punched this up, I am a little surprised that
it's that close.
It's that close. I'm surprised Nathan Buchanan got 42% of the vote. I've seen some placards. We've interviewed him, but that's been the extent of it.
Maybe the presidential effect.
Is that reporting right? It's 9%, right? Plus,
you expect it to get bigger.
Yeah.
I think I would give him, depending on how I think Trump is outperforming 2020, right?
Yeah.
And so you could probably see some of that spilling over to the sheriff's race as well. That helps him out a
Cruz
little
is
bit.
outperforming 2018.
Right.
Yeah.
He went to the data den.
He went to
the data den where we've got Anna Ramon, and I'm glad you guys find me entertaining.
You're great.
Anna Ramon from Annie's List, as well as UTSA Professor John Taylor standing by. And I know we wanted to talk, Steve, with them about the Latino vote, which we talked a little bit about earlier, but really wanted to get Anna's take on that.
Yeah, I want Anna's take. I want John's take too on what we're seeing with the Latino vote. And you said something, Anna, before we went to break the last time that I found very interesting. It's not monolithic. And I think that there are so many people that view it that way, and that have, and I don't think that really matters on party-wise. I think there are a lot of people that view the Latino vote as one block. They're going to vote this way, and this is how they're going to do it. That's certainly not the case.
Oh, absolutely not. I think it's important to talk about even around Texas and that landscape. Texas can be 6 states within one.
Yes.
A commissioner race in Harris County could be like running for governor, right? So you're absolutely right. And when we're talking about the Latino vote, it's absolutely monolithic. Like you have frankly, like one of the fastest growing populations in the country. We're now 40% Latino in the state of Texas. We're also young, a lot of which are not even in like the voting bracket yet.
Yes.
So we're looking at a young population that's coming into its own, but you also are looking at a multi-generational population. So like depending on the market, right? You have, of course, like folks in the Valley and Laredo, which is not the Valley, but like parts of like that are closer to like what we would say is like their immigration status or when they first came in. But then you have communities like San Antonio. This is a multi-generational community. It's kind of separated from where they, like frankly, when they first came into the country and immigrated here. So like it's absolutely not monolithic. And I will say like what we're seeing is Republicans have, and there's room for I think Democrats to grow in like how we talk to them and how we view them as not being a monolithic. Whereas like Republicans can do large stretches, right, and really own some of the messaging around like the economy and pulling yourself up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's also reflected in their policies, right? When it comes to like how we have to help and work with the Latino community, which I'm a proud member of. So yeah, we're not monolithic, but it's definitely going to become more and more critical that the Latino community is invested in and taken seriously when we're looking at the electoral results.
Do you think certain candidates, certain parties are taking the Latino vote for granted?
I wouldn't say it's taking it for granted. I would say it's understanding just how diverse and different the community is, and then frankly the level of investment, right? Republicans have been able to outspend Democrats and a lot of times upwards 5-1. So it's also just about having the resources to have those communications. So I wouldn't say it's taking it for granted, but I will argue we need more of that year-round conversations that are taking place. There's a reason, I think Greg Abbott spends so much time along the border and like talking about border security and bringing jobs. It's all about going back to the economy and like things that, again, while look good on paper, policy-wise, are not actually impacting or helping the community. So yeah, I think it comes down to the dollars and resources and really how much effort the Republicans are trying to build a new base in Texas.
Speaking of Republicans, I believe that Senator Ted Cruz is talking right now. Let's listen in a little bit to what he has to say, if that's possible, Landon.
You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state. Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck. And I hope we win a few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas. They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought. Amen. Over the last 2 years, I've traveled every corner of this state, from the Panhandle to the Valley, from deep East Texas to far in West Texas. We have traveled 9,094 miles, 53 rallies all over the state of Texas. I've worn out my boots, at times my voice, and certainly the patience of my incredible political team, who did an amazing job on this campaign and I think is the very best team in all of politics. And what I found traveling the state of Texas was worth every single mile. Because everywhere I went, I found something that gives me profound hope. Common sense isn't dead. It is alive and well in Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream: to keep their families safe, to keep their freedom secure, and to keep their Texas values strong.
All right, that's Senator Ted Cruz declaring victory. You saw it live right here on our KSAT 12 live stream. We were in a discussion about the Latino vote and that it's not monolithic. When it comes to the gender gap between Latino men and Latinas, how is that playing out? Is that something that you are paying special attention to?
Yes, I think it's something that it's a trend line that needs to be said. There's something about, anywhere from like 65 to like 62% of Latinas historically vote Democrat, right? Whereas like Latinos, I think we're seeing I wouldn't say it's like necessarily the trend, but like we're seeing them, as I think Mr. Allred mentioned earlier, they're becoming independents. They're becoming non-voters almost. And as we know in campaigns, this was talked about, it's to a science. When you become a non-voter, you become more expensive to reach. It can take 6 to 7 conversations to take someone from a non-voter to a voter. So what are we losing? Is it an enthusiasm gap? Is it more conversations that have to happen over long term? I wouldn't necessarily say yes, in the short term, Latinos have to be treated differently because that's how campaigns are run. But long term for us, I think ultimately it's about the investment and making sure that our conversations are breaking through. And I wouldn't say because of how we're outspent on the progressive Democratic side, we can do more.
Yeah. John, from political science, you study this. You look at different demographics and different age groups and things like that. What are you seeing when it comes to this very important block of voters in the state of Texas?
Well, it's interesting because in 2020, Trump captured certain counties in far South Texas. The Republican Party decided to invest in a Republican outreach program after the 2020 election. They did it both in McAllen and in San Antonio. And then they pressed for, among other things, John Lujan in the special election, won that. Then they pushed that in 2022 for everything from governor to whatever, and they seem to succeed there. And in particular, there's this argument made, at least in political science, that, first of all, demography is not destiny. Just because you're Latino doesn't mean you're going to vote Democratic. But more importantly, once you get to the third and fourth generation of families, once they've come to the United States, they often reflect not necessarily that first generation's voting patterns, but a voting pattern that's, as Anna said, much more independent and much less likely to be affiliated with the party of their great-grandparents or grandparents.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, and I think we're going to learn more as this race plays out.
Oh yeah.
If there's a big red flag, pun intended, when it comes to the Latino vote in the state of Texas, because I think that's a very important question moving forward.
And not just in Texas.
Sides.
Looking at this board, other states as well, where the Latino vote is critically important.
Arizona.
Exactly. Pennsylvania.
Nevada. Yeah. And these are some of the things, right now on the board behind us, we have Pennsylvania in light pink.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's going to go. Okay, you're still confident that.
That's a mirage.
And you've got Wisconsin up there in light pink.
Same thing with Wisconsin.
You're still confident the blue wall will hold.
If the blue wall holds, Harris will still win. She'll win really close, but she'll win.
You still think she's going to win the blue wall?
Yeah, I still do.
I think he's starting to pull me over.
Really?
Yeah. I want a little hope.
The optimism.
For sure. The optimism and the day-to-day.
Optimism. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. You're watching KSAT 12's live coverage of Election 2024.
Welcome back to our election night live stream. You as well, Steve. Welcome
Thank
in. So we just got an update. The Associated Press has called the race for U.S. Rep in District 21 for Chip Roy. Not a surprise there. Based on the numbers we've seen all night long, he has had a very steady lead.
Deep red district there.
Absolutely, yeah. We were taking a look when you were in the data den there at Steve with some of our local reporting. We are only at 9% with Bexar County.
It's not very much.
9:25 p.m., 9% of results in. I mean, I know everybody wants information right now, right? Is that a problem for you guys that that's where we are at this point in the night?
I'm trying to remember what election it was when we were here and they were rolling in so slowly, and it was the first time that we sort of saw that
There are
happening.
a couple to choose from.
Yeah, no, right. It was like the first one when we did it, and it was coming in sort of really slowly, and it was all sort of shocking, like what's happening?
Yeah.
I think this is the norm now. The norm
This is the norm.
The norm now is hold on, like let's make sure we've got it right.
Let's cross our dot our I's, cross our T's.
I think Jackie Callanan kind of alluded to that by the fact that she would be very happy if it was just if the results were
November 5th. That's 11:59 p.m.
Yeah.
Right?
So I mean, I think she's telling us
Yeah.
this is not, going to be an early night necessarily.
Right.
Well, and maybe it goes to some of the rhetoric we've heard in different campaigns about elections and those types of things. So the Jackies of the world are trying to be uber careful and double check and triple check everything before they put it out there because they know they're going to get hit anyway. They get hit.
You just can't mess up.
Yeah. You can't make a mistake.
Right. Yeah.
You cannot make a mistake.
I'd rather them get it right and we're here till midnight than get it wrong and we've got to come back,
You mean again and do it tomorrow?
It's called
You're doing that already.
it's called measure twice.
I am already projecting what's going to happen in the mayor's race in May.
It's called measure twice, cut once.
We're not there yet.
Okay. We're not there yet.
Just letting you know.
Okay. So we're expecting an update. Landon, what time is that update supposed to come from Jackie Callanan? Okay, 9:30. So in the next couple of minutes, Jackie's expected to give us an update on where things stand as far as their process, which is obviously going to be a long one.
Yeah, I also know that around 9:30 we're supposed to be hopefully Zooming with Congressman Joaquin Castro, who I believe is in Washington, D.C. at the Harris watch party.
At Howard.
So I'm hoping that we're going to get him here within the next couple of minutes as well. It looks like I'm kind of surprised that we've got these state rep numbers that haven't hardly moved, and we're at 7. The reason is because we're at 7% in Bexar County.
Yep.
Thank you, Molly.
So we
good commentary. Good.
I'm so sorry. It's 9:30. I don't know why we don't have more.
Do we have a balance of power map or state maps for the presidential race while we've got a couple minutes here? Can't throw them up in here. Okay. So we've got them. We can't.
I bet we know somebody in the other room who could absolutely break down the balance of power situation for us.
Yeah, he's got his map in there that he can tell us what's a red mirage and all that other things. I just was kind of curious since we haven't really talked about the balance of power and some of those other things when it comes to Congress and the Senate.
You want me to dive into the den and we can talk about that?
Well, you can
with John Taylor?
Yeah, you want to?
I would love to. John Taylor, I'm coming.
John Taylor, Myra's about to visit you and go over, see if you have any balance of power numbers and exactly what that means.
Definitely some thoughts here about the presidential race as we have been.
Okay, let's talk about. I'll talk about that while you go to
you guys in the power panel.
You go to
do that.
What are you seeing presidential-wise that has garnered your interest? I mean, you heard me talking to John and Anna back there.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're looking very specifically at data. I think where there's the mirage and then some things that should be flipping better. Like one of the things that I think we're all paying attention to is like getting Virginia to move from sort of leaning red to going back into blue. That's happening now, right? So I do think it's going to be a long night. I think thinking through who's showing up to vote and how they're showing up to vote is really important. We talked earlier about seeing sort of an exponential turnout of women over men, and we all know that in the last election, we have to be very serious about cutting that up into white women and women of color. White women broke for Trump. So whether there's a lot of women coming out or not doesn't necessarily mean they're coming out for Kamala Harris. It could mean that we've got a split again. So it's really, it's down to numbers crunching at this point. Like what are the numbers, where are we at, which is why you have a whole data den. And what they're doing over there, right, is to really sort of, it's like splinter and hair splitting at this point.
You're too close to call.
Yeah.
Anybody disagree with that?
I don't disagree with that. I think what I think we've shared a couple times already is, obviously Biden kind of, when Kamala came the nominee, his favorability wasn't high. He's right around the 40s, right? Also, most of Americans, about 70% of Americans, feel the country's going in the wrong direction. And so when you add those two up, I think the only presidents in the past that have went on to continue serving after that was Truman, 1948. He was at 36%. Nixon, 1972, at 48%. We all know Nixon's issues. Bush, W, 2004, he's at 48%. And Obama, 2012, was at 48%. So not saying it's not possible, but also it's different because we're not talking about Biden, we're talking about Harris now. So it changes it up. So. I mean, the only thing you can go off of is trends and what we've seen in the past, and right now, it's with the economy the way it is, with the favorability, a lot of unknowns.
I don't know. I think we are talking a little bit about Biden, though, because remember, Harris comes in with a 3-month campaign.
Yeah.
Okay. And look, during Biden's entire presidency, she was kept way in the background.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, she was not either allowed or didn't take center stage, and those types. Even suffered some campaign issues on that, and so I think for Harris, a little bit of this is a Biden hangover.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Jackie Callanan right now, who's giving her latest update.
So far, we have just posted, or we will be posting, that we have 82 of our sites that have already closed successfully, and we've transmitted their results. So our numbers are going up, which is exactly what we want. We still have, I think, like the last time I looked at it, we maybe have 52 sites that the officials are still at. Remember, we talked about how long that tape is, and that's what's taking so much time. But they're going to the RSS sites. They're being absolutely, the crews we have at those sites are wonderful. But as I talked to y'all before, we have to absolutely balance. So it's not as simple as knocking on the door and handing your stuff in. They have to go through our chain of custody. They have to go through our audit before anything is transmitted down here. And that's what we're seeing right now. So again, the teams that are at the RSS sites they're amazing. They are absolutely amazing. And you can imagine, some of those judges are exhausted. It's been a long day for them. But again, please understand that we check everything. They're checking the number of signatures they have. They're checking a number against the votes that are on that tape. And they're sitting there for a minute till it's transmitted. They do not leave the property where we are until we have a successful number that comes through that we have, and that's how we keep going with the messages that we're putting out. So when I came out here, we had already spent 82 of those up, and really, really proud. So I hope you all just, like I said, please just say thank you to the officials. They did a fantastic job, and it was a difficult job. We had some real enthusiastic poll watchers. We had, some anxious voters that were concerned with people coming up to their cars as they were doing curbside voting. We have a real high rate of curbside voting. That's what we do best, taking care of our voters. Curbside is for anyone who feels that they can't wait in line or they can't walk inside. And our judges take everything out to them, and they vote in the comfort of their home. But it does obviously take longer because the transition, because checking their ID inside, taking it, going back and forth. But again, please understand how hard those judges worked. They did a great job. I really can't say that enough. How can I help you?
Can we get the final numbers on the final numbers on the turnout today?
We won't have that for a while. Like I said, we've got 82 of 302 right now. And election day that we're showing right now is 37,224. That's how many votes that we've actually had into our system. So that number obviously will increase by the voters. It will increase as the sites come in. And we'll try and keep you up to date as fast as we can.
Do we know how many polling sites might still have people casting ballots, or have all those ended and it's just about the process of going through the ballots?
They've all closed. They've all closed. And again, the judges just have a lot of work to do when they finish.
When you talk about the checks and balances and making sure that they have everything, all their ducks in a row, what's the difference between that and then when they transmit? What is transmitting? Is that when it gets to one of the 5 sending locations?
Once they get the good seal of approval, when they go to
all right, Elections Administrator Jackie Colin there giving us the latest update on what we now know for sure is going to be a long night. She talked about 82 of the sites now closed. We talked earlier how we had over 300. That points to that 9% of precincts reporting at this point. So it's going to be a while.
It's going to be a while.
It sure is.
But we're here for a while.
We are here.
There you go.
Yeah.
I did expect we'd have more than 7% by 10 o'clock, and maybe we still will. But it seems like it's very slow going. I can only imagine, and Kevin, you can probably talk to this better than anybody else. If you're John Lujan or Christian Carranza or you're Laurel Jordan Swift or Mark LaHood, and you're waiting on these numbers to come in and they're just trickling in, what is that like for you as a candidate?
If you think it's long for us sitting here, as an actual candidate, it feels like 10 years for every minute that goes by. I mean, it's just...
And you also have to imagine they're probably block walked all day, up until 7 o'clock, and then went to their watch party, and now they're pushing refresh every 5 minutes, pushing refresh until they get numbers in. I mean, this is a campaign managers and a campaign workers.
You wonder when you cut to their parties and you don't see them. That's because they're just trying to keep it all together and hiding.
All right, I think we have Joaquin Castro now live from. He found a nice quiet room, I think,
I did.
in Washington.
I had to search for a quiet place.
In Washington, D.C. He's joining us live from Howard University, correct? The side of the Harris watch party. Okay, how tense is it there, and what are you hearing about the prospects tonight?
Well, I mean, obviously, look, everybody's excited. Everybody's waiting for the results to come in. I think we understood that as compared to prior years, Republicans got out to vote a little bit earlier this year. And so, we're waiting to see how the election day results shape up. But everybody put in so much effort. Vice President Tim Walz reaching out to Americans across the country. There's so many folks who are volunteers here, surrogates, that poured all their heart out into this campaign. And so we're incredibly hopeful that she'll pull it through here tonight, tomorrow, whenever they end up calling the race finally.
Of course, you're there at Howard. I know you're busy with the Harris Watch Party tonight, but are there any races here in Texas that you have really thought were significant? They've caught your attention in some way?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've been following the Colin Allred, Ted Cruz race, and the Bexar County races. Bexar County, what's interesting to me is that Bexar County now for several years is solidly Democratic. Our county was a bellwether county between 1960 and 2016. It voted with the winner of the presidential race every 4 years. And then when Donald Trump came on the scene, the county went decidedly Democratic. And we have now done that 8 years in a row, so much so that Republicans didn't run any district court judge candidates because the margins were so big in the last few cycles. And so that has continued in 2024. That said, for 2028, 2026 and 2028, we need to bring the numbers up as Democrats in terms of getting the vote out and our turnout.
I know you're also very tapped into what's happening in Congress, what's happening in the House of Representatives, what's happening in the Senate. Have a gut feel on that tonight, on which way it's going to go, who will control the House and who will control the Senate.
I'm a little bit more hopeful about the House of Representatives right now. I think that Democrats will eke out a majority. The Senate is a little bit tougher. Again, I'm still hoping that we hold on to it, but you could have a split Congress. And then, of course, the presidency, as we expected, is still up for grabs at this point.
Am I correct that you don't leave San Antonio and fly to Washington, D.C. when you don't have to if you don't think Kamala Harris is going to win tonight?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also, this is the first time I've been away from home for election night, probably in about 30 years that I haven't been in San Antonio. But I wanted to come because, again, this campaign team and the candidates, they put all their heart and all their effort into winning this election and doing everything they could for our democracy in this country. And I wanted to be here to support the vice president.
Yeah, I know usually you're with us here on the live stream talking, I just put you to the left of Kevin Wolf and everything's good. So I'm glad that, I knew that you're usually here. So I knew when you flew to D.C. there had to be a special reason for you to want to be there.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But you still managed to join us from D.C., so we appreciate your time, Congressman Castro.
Of course. Great to be with y'all.
Yeah, thank you. I'll let you get back to the watch party.
Take care, y'all.
Take care.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to the Election Night live stream here in the Data Den with our data duo. John Taylor, UTSA, Anna Ramon with Annie's List. Steve has gone to get ready for the night beat, which is coming your way in about 15 minutes. I want to talk balance of power. We haven't done that yet, but that is another big thing that's on the line here this evening. So where did we start the night, and what are the key races to watch in terms of how that might shift?
Well, we started the night with the U.S. House in the hands of the Republicans, U.S. Senate in the hands of the Democrats. It's looking like it's going to flip. It's going to be close, but it looks like the Democrats will capture the House eventually in the next few days. Republicans, at least the trend right now, suggests they're going to capture a narrow majority in the U.S. Senate.
Seems like narrow majority in the Senate is just sort of the name of the game.
It really is right now in both houses.
Yeah. What are some of the key races to watch in terms of how that shakes out?
Let's see what happens in the West, especially right now. There's a couple of seats in California. There's about 3 seats in New York I'm going to be watching as well. There's nothing in Texas. Forget us. We're nothing. But it's primarily in California to be looking at as well as New York. Once we see that in the U.S. Senate, right now the 2 seats to look at especially are John Tester in Montana and Sherrod Brown in Ohio. Brown is down right now. Tester, the numbers are just slowly coming in at that point. There's been a flip of 1 Democratic seat already in West Virginia. At the same time, Ruben Gallegos has won the U.S. Senate seat in Arizona, which was an independent flip to now Democrat. So who knows at this point? We're going to assume just based on the current numbers. And again, political science, we like dealing with numbers, but I can also talk about entrails and runes if you'd like to predict what happens.
So speaking of numbers, 270, that's the magic number as far as electoral votes go. You know, somebody might say, well, you said Texas, we're nothing. Why is that? I mean, this really comes down to 5 to 7 states.
Really?
They're the deciding factors.
And it may come down to about 150,000 people nationally when everything is said and done, which brings up a bigger question that we bring up in our political science classes, which is about popular vote versus an electoral college. But that's not for tonight because it's not going to happen tonight, obviously. So it's all about winning those 270 electoral votes at this point.
Yeah.
I would still caution people who are looking at the big board, think, oh, it looks like it's in the bag for Trump. It is nowhere near over. There are still a lot of votes to be counted. Georgia, there's still 20% of the vote left to be counted. In North Carolina, close to 45%. In other states, California is closing the polls in just a few minutes. So this is going to change big time in just a few minutes.
And of course, there's, all these states have their own factors, a lot of things going on. As far as North Carolina goes, I wondered about Helene. I mean, this is a place where they just got potable water 3 weeks ago. So, I mean, we have to see how that could impact whether people come out.
And it'll be fascinating to see the exit polling, but as well as just to look at the county by county data in western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee, where they were most hit by Helene, as well as in parts of Florida in terms of turnout there, where the previous hurricane hit as well. And so, again, the fun thing about elections as a political scientist is that this data will be out there. We can crunch the numbers for weeks and months at a time afterwards.
Which I'm sure we will all be doing.
We will.
Okay, so Anna, I want to talk to you about women voters. Yes. You and Steve talked earlier about Latinos versus Latinas, but when it comes to women of all ethnicities, all backgrounds, that's not a monolithic vote either. Just because we have a female candidate doesn't mean she automatically gets women votes.
No, but women are the electorate. Like 55% of the electorate, and sometimes more, are women. And they are the deciding factor here across not only Texas, but the country. But yes, women are not a monolith. I think one of the biggest things that we've seen in internal polling is now the college education divide. So what it means to be a college-educated woman and access to education can mean that they'll start to trend more progressive or Democrat. And then, there's the fact that African-American women really a stalwart and like the core of like Democratic politics, and fast growing populations. In Texas, we have the fastest growing AAPI community, one of which is even more diverse, right? We have in Plano, in some of our parts of Dallas, and even in San Antonio, you have some of like the most diverse precincts in the country. So all of that, which is like not a monolith. So all to say, there's a lot of deep, what we call targeting and conversations that have to happen to really understand what moves these voters. And this, I think, is going to be, especially this this night. Speaking to data politics as a data consultant and operative, I don't get to study as much as I get to like feel it sometimes, but we're definitely feeling it tonight, and we will have to, figure out what next steps look like.
Okay, so yeah, John has had a bit of. Oh, I think Steve Steve's had a bit more of the optimistic approach.
Yeah.
There's a lot more night ahead of us. We'll see what happens. You haven't seemed quite as positive about that. I want to get, whether we're talking about top of the ticket, presidential race, down, what are some of your final takeaways as you see the numbers where they stand right now?
I do think that we'll have some separation of power. I think Congress, it seems like, has been on trend to hold for the Democrats. Even Nancy Pelosi proclaiming Hakeem Jeffries, right, will be the next Speaker of the House. I believe that will happen. I do think the Senate will be a tough battle, right? Tester was already kind of slipping a little bit, and Ohio was always going to be tough for Brown. I do feel like we will, unfortunately, probably miss out on the Senate. And I do think it's too close to call for a president. I think even the president's team themselves had put out guidance that they were going to be looking for multiple days before it was called. And going back to detailed targeting conversations, I wouldn't quite put my name on a presidential win or loss just yet.
All right, Professor Taylor, you're up. What are your final thoughts with these numbers?
Well, among other things, it is fascinating. I mean, again, we'll see what happens. It's going to be hours from now, or even days from now, obviously, before we figure out who actually won. I think more interesting, though, I think, is here in Texas, where Democrats thought they had a real shot and thought that Colin Allred was going to perform better than Beto O'Rourke against Ted Cruz, who is a flawed candidate, to say the least. There's going to be a lot of navel-gazing and a lot of pondering about what are the next steps for the Democratic Party in Texas, who has been in the wilderness now for 30 years for statewide office. And that is something that's got to be really pondered quickly, because 2026 is coming.
Absolutely. And we'll see what lies ahead in the next couple of hours. Professor Taylor, Ana Ramon, appreciate you being here. Our newly coined data duo. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to catch up with our power panel for some final thoughts after this. We're back out here live in the KSAT newsroom as we continue this election night 2024 live stream. We are about to kind of change gears as we head into our 10 o'clock, our night beat show, but we're here with our power panel. Want to get your final thoughts, whether we're talking top of the ticket down, whether it is the presidential race, any key standouts for you guys as far as Texas races are concerned?
So, when we started talking about some of the local races, I said 121, I think, would be sort of a bellwether. I think that's kind of proving out true. I'm going to call that race for LaHood. Just looking. So when I looked at the first election day votes that came in, his are up, hers are down. Okay, you look at the same thing in Grant Moody's in Precinct 3, his are up, hers are down. Compare that to Lujan, though, who I'm not ready to call. It's the reverse. The Democrats' votes are up on Election Day, and his are down. So that one's still too close to call for me, but I'll call 121 and Precinct 3 as wins for LaHood and Grant Moody.
How do you feel about that, Molly?
Yeah, he's not wrong. I think when you start to look at how the races have shook out across the state, they're leaning heavy Republican, right? Like the break for Trump over Harris is bigger than Biden. The Cruz and Allred race shows a bigger divide. I wish I was like I wish I was like John Taylor and was just so like optimistic, and I'm just not. And the guy leads the department I got my master's degree in. So I have to be like, nah, I'll defer to that guy. I can't. I'm like not as optimistic. But I love my city. I love San Antonio very, very much. And
we'll get to that one in May.
I'm happy to live with folks who break for less divisive candidates. How about that? That's my hopeful.
How about that?
That's my hopeful. Yeah. You?
Even though her face doesn't look very.
I know.
What are your final thoughts?
Wow. I mean, I think they've said quite a bit. But I just think that I think I'll stay at the top of the ticket. Is that just what I'm seeing overall, and what I've seen from models and from data experts is that Kamala just has not outperformed Biden 4 years ago, right? And when you look at those states where she really needs to win, it's hard to see where she pulls that out right now. I'm hoping she does, just personally, but it just looking pragmatically. I mean, practically looking at the maps and the data, doesn't seem that way. I am excited about the trend. Texas is getting a little tighter, so it seems like there's a pathway there. So continuing to do the work, continuing to talk to voters. I think Anna, in our data den, said that we need to have some more targeted conversations with actual people in their communities, so they're actually understanding the issues and what's going on versus relying on social media and things that they hear from rumors, et cetera. So overall, I think at the end of the day, you don't have to like the candidates, you don't have to trust them. You're still going to go to work tomorrow, right? They're going to make decisions that either help you or hurt you, and they're either going to put money in your pocket or not. So
there you go.
I just keep thinking about how today's word is bellwether. Like I've heard the word bellwether today.
Bellwether is the word of the day.
Y'all,
not wrong, Molly.
Just so you know, it's an indicator or predictor of something.
Yes. Power panel, Kevin Wolf, Molly Cox, DeMonte Alexander, thank you guys so much for being here. We're wrapping up our live stream. Check out the Night Beat at 10. Tonight, will it be Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Across the country, polls are closing tonight as voters cast their ballots.
All eyes on the race for U.S. president this evening. America waiting to learn who will be our next president.
So the votes are still being counted across the country right now. Here's a look at the numbers that ABC is projecting tonight.
Yeah, and you can see this is just how these are the states that have been called right now, and you can see a lot of questions about the blue wall, so to speak, when we talk about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Here's a look at the numbers from the Associated Press as well, and you can see the numbers from the AP are a little bit different. 113, the electoral votes, to 210 for Donald Trump, 270, what you need to be the next president of the United States.
Right. So a lot of people have had questions about this throughout the night, because if you were following us online, also we were telling you, we were giving you the AP numbers. The AP has been much more aggressive throughout the night by calling these elections, whereas ABC and a lot of the other networks have been a lot more conservative. So we're looking here at the numbers for the presidential race, but just the results here in Texas, and you could see that Donald Trump winning the state of Texas handily by a 14% margin.
More convincingly than he won just 4 years ago when he beat Joe Biden in the state of Texas. Bexar County numbers, 55-44. This is a solidly blue county, so not especially surprised that Kamala Harris is winning it. Perhaps surprised that the margin isn't bigger in Bexar County tonight.
That's right. And again, we're looking at some of the states that you see right there on the map, and it's really the swing states that are going to decide tonight's election. 7 states have been identified as the battleground states, and those are Georgia, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and I think I'm missing another one.
North Carolina.
North Carolina, there you go. And so, all of them right there. Nevada has 6 electoral votes, Arizona 11, Wisconsin 10, Michigan 15, North Carolina 16, Georgia 16, also Pennsylvania, the biggest of all of the battleground states, with 19 electoral votes hanging in the balance.
And it really, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin right now, big concerns for the Harris campaign. Mm-hmm. She's trailing in both of those states when you consider the blue wall, like I said, of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. She's trailing in 2 of those 3 states. She really kind of needs to win all 3 of them.
Yes, yeah. And so now we're going to stay back local and bring it right back to what's happening here in Bexar County. Our John Paul Barajas is at the elections headquarters here in Bexar County, keeping an eye on those local numbers. So how are we doing right now with that, JP?
Steve, Stephanie, so it gets a little confusing now that we have some official numbers. So the last unofficial update that we got from the Bexar County Elections Administrator, Jackie Colin, was around 7:30, and that's when we saw, or she was telling us, that there was over 146,021 election day of voters, and that we had seen a 58% voter turnout in Bexar County of the nearly 1.3 million registered voters in the county. Now this is where it gets a little bit confusing again, because now that we're getting official numbers, we're not quite caught up to what we've seen unofficially. So our latest update, an official update at 9:30 or so, is that 37,224 people have voted today. The reason why that number is so much lower, again, is because it's official, and the polling sites are now closing. At 9:30, 82 sites had closed successfully and transmitted their numbers. That's where we get that number, the 37,000 number, and we get the voter turnout at 49.8. There's 52 sites where officials are still currently at and haven't even finished doing their checks and balances, making sure that all the numbers are accounted for, and if there is a 1 off or even 2 off, that there's a valid reason for that, and it's signed off by people on both sides, Republicans and Democrats. So that's why we're seeing the official numbers so much lower right now. So officially, 82 sites have closed successfully, 37,224 here in Bexar County. There's over 300 polling sites in Bexar County, so a lot of work to do still. The elections administrator has repeatedly said this. It's going to be a very long night. We'll be here throughout the majority of it and try to make you all the updates.
All right, John Paul Barajas reporting live. Thank you, John Paul. And that's also why we're only at like 7-8% of the votes counted so far in Bexar County. So there are a lot of races locally that have still not even been decided, not even halfway through the vote total.
Right, and it's a sacred process, right? It's not just about being first, it's about being right. And so we have a lot of these guardrails in place, and this is something that we expected. Jackie Colin had talked about this before
it could be
the
past
election,
midnight. Yep.
And here we are. That may be the case. Now, one of the races that lots of people here in Texas have had their eyes on is the U.S. Senate race.
Yeah, it got national attention. Democrat Colin Allred taking on the incumbent Republican Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz declaring victory tonight, and it was a decisive victory. ABC News also calling the race for Senator Ted Cruz. As we take a look at the state numbers, you can see 54 to 44. This is much more convincingly than Ted Cruz beat Beto O'Rourke just 6 years ago.
By 2.6% of the vote. Obviously, 10 points is a lot, a double-digit margin right there. And here's a look at how that race played out here in Bexar County. You could see it's sort of flipped, right? You have Colin Allred 16 points ahead of Ted Cruz. But again, that's just in Bexar County, and it's just on some of the votes that have been counted thus far in Bexar County.
Yeah, let's go to the Bexar County Sheriff's race. Incumbent Javier Salazar, a heavy favorite coming in. And you can see with 27% reporting, Bexar County up to 27% now. That is good. 58% for Sheriff Javier Salazar, 42% for his challenger, Nathan Buchanan. Javier Salazar declaring victory tonight in this race. District 118 has been one of the biggest state races to watch. Expected also to be one of the closest. Courtney Friedman has been closely following this race. She spent time with both candidates today.
That's right. And right now we find her at Lujan's watch party on the south side. Are we going to go to her?
Yeah, there he is. John Lujan, the incumbent, Christian Carranza, the challenger. And, you know, I bet they're happy just we have some more numbers actually coming in, Courtney, because we were stalled there for so long in this race.
Yeah, you can hear some cheers behind me. You can hear some cheers behind me. Not only are they cheering because they do have a slight lead, but they're also watching KSAT right now. Very excited. It's been on through the night, and there are a lot of people still behind me. It's 10 o'clock. It's 10:06 right now, and barely anyone has left this party since we've been here for a couple hours, and that is because they are going to stay late tonight. It's going to be a long night, even for the kiddos here. They're getting ready to stay up late because we expected this race to be as tight as it is, and it is showing to be true. So all these numbers, although we said there's only a certain percentage that have come in, still very tight race. The two candidates, Lujan and Carranza, both from the south side of San Antonio, but they have very different ideas of what this district needs. We're going to show you video right now. Earlier today, we were with Carranza and her camp at a polling location on the south side. She was energetic, positive, feeling very hopeful as well about a good result. Then, of course, we headed here to Lujan's watch party where cheers erupted as he took that first slight lead on early voting numbers. A lot of eyes on this race because the issues many candidates on both sides of the aisle have been talking about, one of those, of course, being school vouchers in Texas. It's a topic that Carranza has made her sticking point, where Lujan told me tonight he's more supporting what he calls parents' choice.
I want to fully fund the public schools, and then let's put in so that when children that are either bullied or have certain issues, or parents want to some type of specific religion, that should be the parent's choice. A parental choice is big for me. And what does it look like? That's what we work out. But
holding the line against private school vouchers is the #1 priority across the district. More than 90% of students in Texas attend a public school.
But that has not been the only issue that's risen to the top, of course. When we asked each of the candidates tonight about the next important issue other than school vouchers, Carranza immediately said women's right to choose, and Lujan said it's economic development and workplace readiness. Again, a very heated race, lots of support on each side, lots of excitement and hope still on each side this late at night. So we know it's going to be a late night, and of course, we will continue tracking these very close numbers. We're live on the south side. Courtney Friedman, KSAT 12 News.
Yeah, very close race there. Thank you, Courtney. Backing from Governor Greg Abbott in the race for Texas House District 121 appears to have been enough to push Republican Mark LaHood over the finish line. I'm not sure we can say that right now, though, because it is still very close between these two.
Right. Those results are still coming in. If we could pop up those numbers. At last check, his lead over Democrat Laurel Jordan Swift has been about 4 percentage points of the vote. That's 77% of precincts in this case or in this race. Reporting, our Dylan Collier is live at LaHood's watch party at the Angry Elephant. And so tell us what the latest is there, Dylan.
American citizens above
Stephania and Steve, school vouchers dominated the talking points in this race, and it appears the program touted by Governor Abbott is one vote closer to becoming a reality tonight. LaHood used support from Abbott to cruise to victory in the March primary over Steve Allison, and even with Allison now endorsing Jordan Swift, LaHood looks like he will hold her off. The Republican told me just a few minutes ago the voters in this Northside district were ready for a change.
Because I want to know what the people of 121 value, what they want from their servant. And Republican, Democrat, in the middle, consistently they had the same concerns. Security, safety, their finances, taxes, and making sure their families were safe, secure, and free.
Of course I wanted to be up. But there was a lot of negative advertising about me, you know, so it's tough. It's tough to combat.
Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House.
Swift said she had hoped that Republicans who value public education would come out and vote for her in large numbers. If that in fact took place, it does not appear like it will be enough tonight for her to upend Martin LaHood in this race for House District 121. We should note that LaHood has not given a victory speech at this point. He said it's still too early in terms of the results that come in for him to claim victory and to take the stage here at the Angry Elephant. Reporting live on the north side, Dylan Collier, KSAT.
Absolutely, especially with the Bexar County numbers coming in so slowly.
Right.
He's got a 4% margin. It's looking good for him, but like Dylan said, not declaring victory yet.
Right, it's not final.
Yeah.
We're still waiting, and again, this could be it is going to be a long night. We can say that right now. 6 San Antonio charter amendments also looking likely to pass. Some of these were especially propositions C and E, from pay raises to council to longer terms to getting rid of controversial caps on the city manager's salary and tenure.
Yeah, it looks like all those charter amendments passed tonight. Garrett Berger outside of the Fire Union Hall. They were against Prop C in particular because they passed it, just a few years ago. Garrett, what's the mood out there?
Well, not as glum as you might expect. As you said, all 6 charter amendments look likely to pass at this point. That includes Proposition C. That was the issue that the San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association came out against in this election. Now, that was a measure to get rid of the caps on the city manager's salary and tenure. The caps that back in 2018, under different leadership and during a years-long fight with the city, the fire union had led the charge to put in place. Now, these caps limited the city manager's salary to 10 times the lowest paid employee and forced the city manager out after 8 years. This time, unions trying to keep the caps rather than install them. But despite facing a likely loss earlier this evening, the union's president seemed resigned and largely unbothered.
Our mission was to educate San Antonio and make sure that they knew what they were voting for. We're only 1,800 members in the San Antonio community. And at the end of the day, if this is what they decided, then this is what we support.
On the other side was San Antonio's business community, leading the push for Prop C. They funneled hundreds of thousands of dollars into the Renew SA Political Action Committee, which supported all 6 charter amendments. One of that campaign's leaders, Morgan's Wonderland founder Gordon Hartman, wasn't quite ready to declare victory an hour ago, but he was happy with the results so far.
It looks very clear that all 6 of the amendments that will really make our charter much stronger, make our city much better, are passing tonight. And I have to thank the citizens of San Antonio for listening, reading, understanding, and saying, yes, I want to make this city better.
But many San Antonio voters didn't choose one way or the other. What we're seeing so far is that actually on each of these propositions, somewhere from between 12 to 17% of San Antonio voters simply did not pick yes or no. Whether it's because they didn't reach the end of the ballot, didn't care to vote, or didn't understand the questions, not entirely clear. But what is becoming clearer are the results every hour as this night goes on. Live outside the Fire Union Hall, I'm Garrett Berger, KSAT World News.
Very interesting that a lot of people just chose not to vote on the charter amendments.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Garrett. All right, KSAT, your election home. There are tons of races that we're keeping a close eye on tonight. We're bringing you the results not only on air, but also online. Head over to KSAT.com for race results and analysis as they come in.
Also, we have more election coverage coming your way in just a few minutes. And as we head to this break, here a look at some of the other elections that we're watching tonight.
Welcome back. Here's a look at some of the other races we're following in the 2024 election.
So now, right here at home, Bexar County Precinct 1 Commissioner Rebecca Clay Flores seems to be on her way to securing a second term tonight with 59% of the votes so far. But again, these numbers are still coming in. The votes are still coming in, or they're being counted, I should say. This comes after a challenging primary for the Democrat.
Our Daniela Ibarra live tonight from Cowboys Dance Hall, where Democrats are kind of meeting en masse and keeping a close eye on the races there. Daniela.
Yeah, Steve, the party has pretty much died down here. Just a couple minutes ago, Sheriff Javier Salazar, he declared victory. Rebecca Clay Flores, though, is not here. She's not having any watch party. She told me earlier today she's watching the results come in from home. And she also told me she was confident that she is going to take this race into, she's going to win it, and she's confident that she's going to get that second term.
Also, I'm going to continue to advocate because we know that we need a mental health facility here in Bexar County. We lack mental health beds, also forensic beds, where people need long-term care from 30 to 90 days, not just for adults, but adolescents as well.
Clay Flores says she wants to continue what she started. As for her opponent, Lina Prado, she is a Republican who's backed by Governor Abbott. Her big issue that she's focusing on is infrastructures, specifically having roads that meet the growing needs of the county.
We need to make sure that we have a commissioner that's working with TxDOT, is working with all the different organizations to ensure it gets done.
Last check, Prado is trailing with 41% of the vote so far. I'll send it back to you.
Daniela, thank you. Just a reminder that KSAT is your election home. We're going to be following the races and keeping an eye on all of those results as they continue to come in. And we've been talking about this since the top of the hour. These results from Bexar County still coming in. You can stay with us on air and online over on KSAT.com for everything that you need to know about the 2024 election.
Yeah, and because there are a couple of local, at least 3 local races that are so close, we're going to continue our live stream after the night beat coming up at 10:35. All right, let's go over to Adam Caskey right now and talk about what a great day this was today, weather-wise.
A beautiful day and a relatively chilly start to the day tomorrow. Let's get right to the maps. And this is what you can expect in the morning. Near 50 degrees in San Antonio, probably within 410, about 52 degrees. But in some outlying areas, we will make it down into the 40s. Now, that would be the coolest temperature since April 22nd. That's 198 days. Tomorrow, Bernie at sunrise, 45, 50 Converse, 50 Stinson, 49 Poteet, and Divine. But we warm up quickly. By noon, we're already at 75. I mean, you go from light jacket to short sleeves, just like that, days like this. Low humidity, 80 for the high temperature, wall-to-wall sunshine. Humidity moves in tomorrow night. That's going to help cause some low clouds. And not only that, some areas of drizzle by Thursday morning. So sunny and dry tomorrow, then damp on your Thursday. We'll start with the drizzle, then that's likely to lead to some scattered thunderstorms by the midday and afternoon on Thursday. We should build up some instability and have a bit of energy to help kick some of these thunderstorms off. Not everybody's going to get hit, but we will have some localized downpours and the off chance of a stray severe storm. Now, I mentioned that resurgence of humidity. That's tomorrow night. Tomorrow during the day is going to feel great again, but notice by 2 a.m. Thursday, humidity starts to creep back in, and then it's in full effect throughout the day on Thursday. We're back to that nearly tropical level of mugginess, which will stick around for a couple of days. Basically Thursday and Friday until this cold front hits Friday early afternoon. That's going to sweep away the humidity for the upcoming weekend. High temperatures, 80 tomorrow, upper 70s Thursday, mid 70s on Friday. And notice behind Friday's cold front, we drop down to 49 on Saturday morning. So big temperature swings when you're talking about those morning lows, those sunrise temperatures. They're going to be up and down quite a bit. But overall, the weekend's looking sunny and pleasant. Live look outside with a live cam. And we have that clear sky, calm wind, ideal. Radiative off, you'll feel a bit of a chill in the air tomorrow morning. We'll be right back with more. We'll be right back with more.
Welcome back. We're watching this election very closely. Results are still coming in here in Bexar County and really throughout the country. But what we're going to focus on right now is the presidential race. We want to take a look at some numbers here.
Yeah, here's a look at the numbers from the Associated Press tonight. And what these numbers show you is needed to win. Donald Trump is 40 electoral votes away from clinching the White House right now. You can see Kamala Harris at 187. There are 3 key states that have not been decided tonight that Kamala Harris absolutely needs to win: Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. She is trailing in all 3 right now. The votes are not completely tallied, but you can see that that is the so-called blue wall that Democrats are worried has a big crack in it tonight.
That's right, and we might not even be able to know what the numbers on that are just yet, at least tonight, maybe tomorrow, but we're going to keep watching that. We'll have so much more on the Night Beat, and after the break, our Mary Rominger is going to join us for sports.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Of two local elections here so far. This is the race for District 118 for State Representative District 118. This is between incumbent John Lujan and Cristian Carranza. He is leading this 4 percentage points ahead of Carranza right now.
Yeah, and that's a percentage that is held steady throughout the night, and so is this one between Mark LaHood and Laurel Jordan Swift. LaHood beating incumbent Steve Allison in the Republican primary. It appears as if he will beat his Democratic challenger Laurel Jordan Swift tonight with 77% of the vote in so far.
Right, and these races were both being very closely watched because a lot of people are saying, okay, well, if they both go Republican, then that likely means more support for school vouchers.
Absolutely.
Or the governor's voucher-like program here in the state that didn't pass the last time.
Right, especially the last one we looked at.
Yeah.
And by the way, because those races are still ongoing and they're still in question, we're going to continue our live stream on KSAT.com and our streaming platforms after this newscast.
And we'll see you here with an update at 11:30.
Election night live stream here in the KSAT newsroom. We've got a couple of races, especially on the state level, simply too close to call tonight. So we want to take a look at those. They were the ones going into tonight we knew would actually be a contest, and they've proven to be that so far. Let's take a look at District 118 here. This is John Lujan, the incumbent in this race, 52% to 48%. We've been looking at that margin for quite a while.
I'm just going to put it out there for full transparency. I am trying to wrap my head around why the Secretary of State has it at 76% reporting. This is all in Bexar County, is it not? How can it be at 76% with the state of Texas, but there's only 30-some% of Bexar County voted? Now, is there a lag somewhere or whatever? And I also think these numbers haven't really changed.
Right.
So I'm dubious.
One of my favorite words.
I know how technology works, but I'm dubious. I mean, this is a very tight race.
Yeah.
It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight going on. I mean, I think both parties we checked in with during the night beat were not declaring victory in any way, shape, or fashion.
Yeah, there definitely seems to be some questions with the numbers as far as, the precincts reporting and everything. We got our panelists standing by here who some of them can weigh in on that on a Ramon with Annie's list. We were talking right before we got started here. What do you think may be going on with how we should be reading these numbers?
This is one of the most contested race in all of Texas. And we're already seeing, sadly, some losses. So this race is actually bucking the trend for Democrats in Texas. And I think it goes to how competitive and how centered the voucher fight was, the abortion fight was, and ultimately what messages broke through between these two candidates.
All right, DeMonte, I saw you shaking your head when I asked the question about these numbers. I mean, are you dubious as well of these numbers?
I am, because one thing is, they're starting to update a little bit too. But I mean, I know how much money that they spent on that race. I know kind of what they've been doing that race. So yes, they don't seem right. But to Anna's point about messaging, right? We've been talking about abortion, we've been talking about border immigration, but what the real issue seems like has been the economy, right? Across the board, and you guys can probably speak to that.
Yeah, John Taylor.
I mean, there is something to be said about the economy. We didn't think it was that big of an issue statewide or for even local state races, but it seems to be. And in particular, go back to immigration. If you look at the flyers, you look at the ads, much of the focus was on immigration as much as anything else, or the one that also resonated everywhere, boys in the girls' bathroom.
Yeah, apparently it seems as if that resonated tonight.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Well, looking at that in that vein, I mean, is this the effect of this race happening in a presidential year?
I guess, I mean,
when you're talking about the economy being more of an issue than you really expect it to be.
Right, and you get a higher turnout for presidential elections anyway, so you're going to get those voters that are not always so committed for a midterm election year. The economy was definitely a driver in some respects.
And when you say Republicans are overperforming in Texas this year versus the last,
Yes,
so
they are.
We can even look at Bexar County. Historically, we've been able to punch up to closer to 60%. Democrats are performing more at 55%. It calls into question the coattails that come from the national politics and how now it's affected this race. So there's a lot to say. I think a lot of post-mortem that will have to come out of this and other results.
Harris County, it's even worse. It's down to 52, 53% for Democrats. Dallas County about the same, which means Democrats were underperforming statewide.
Yeah, interesting. All right, let's go to 121 because that's another race that we've been watching, and another race that right now you can see 53-47. All right, these margins have changed. These margins have changed as we got to 81%. Mark LaHood getting more of a margin. It was 52-48 when we checked in during the night beat. You can see he seems to be expanding his lead in a race that really was all about school vouchers.
Oh yeah, both of these races, absolutely. School vouchers were all but on the ballot. What do you all make of this?
ultimately, I don't think it was on Governor Abbott's radar. And I think it got pushed into that category because I think House District 121 started to push back on what was rewritten in the primary for Republicans. I've heard Republican consultants say they think that this result, regardless of what happens tonight, will reverberate out into the next election cycle. So I don't think this race is done tonight. I think it's a long-term thing because I think this district has bucked back. Now, all to say, Laurel Jordan Swift was heavily outspent, but it feels as if she was gaining momentum, especially with some of the crossover that she was receiving. So I don't think this district is done tonight. I think it's something that we'll be watching into the future, but it looks like the door's closing on at least election night for 2024.
And this is definitely a different district, though, than it was when Joe Strauss was the representative for this district. It's been changed.
When Joe Strauss was in office, you had Democrats, independents alike voting for Joe Strauss. So when we ran Selena's campaign in 2018, it was hard for us to find ID Democratic voters. Because if you look at the last few elections, you're like, well, where are they? Well, they voted for Joe Strauss, right? So from 2018 and all the way up to now, you can see the work that's been done to build. Each campaign looks at the last data and the last data and the last data, and it takes work to build that back up to where we're at. So to Anna's point, this is definitely not over in this race, right? And what we talked about how when Allison, thought he was voting for his community when he voted against Abbott, and then didn't show up for him in the general, which he lost. But this overall, if you look at the message overall, Mark still doesn't like this. Governor Abbott, I'm sure, doesn't like this. And so, to her point, I don't think it's over either. But obviously, it's outside of the margin error at this point with 81% reporting.
Yeah.
You got to be closer than that with on election day.
It's going to be hard for her to come back at this point. It just is.
All right, another race that we watched, we were talking about Henry Cuellar, battered, bruised, back in the lead in this race right now. 52% to 48%. Henry Cuellar now with 74% reporting. He was losing for a big part of the day, and like I said earlier, I've seen this show before. I've seen Henry Cuellar be down, and then all of a sudden he ends up winning.
Well, if you look, this was kind of the opposite of what happened with Allred and Cruz, right? It was kind of flipped. It was close, and then the district kind of showed up. I still think the noise that's happening with Henry's hurting him a little bit because just probably was, if he didn't have the incident, probably 60%
Easily.
Against a Republican candidate. When he beat a very, very strong primary opponent, right? And so I think that'll hurt him a little bit, but I think the district is showing up. It's a Democratic seat.
I'm a little surprised this is as close as it is.
Yes.
This district is poured in Webb County, which is his home base, and I think ultimately, though, it is close. And I think it's not necessarily reflective of, I would say, like a trend along the border. I think this is very specifically a Henry Cuellar problem and a Henry Cuellar race.
Voters sending a message.
Exactly. But I will say, for what we're hoping on, just little future casting and forecasting, great for the congressional hold. So we would, I think, all agree, at least maybe more for me, it would be great to hold Henry Cuellar for the Congress.
And it appears like that's going to happen.
For appropriations.
That's right.
Right. It's very important for Bexar County.
Only member of appropriations.
He sits on the appropriations.
Until the trial takes place next year, in which case we may be having a special election next year.
Right. And
let's not forget about that.
We don't perform special elections. Ask Lujan.
No, exactly.
Can we talk about the presidential race? I mean, the blue wall seems to have at least a crack or two in it, John.
Here it comes down to this. Pennsylvania, I still think goes for Harris. Michigan, I still, in the end, looking at where the numbers are, goes for Harris. Honestly, it's going to come down to Wisconsin, ultimately. And if we scroll up here, let's look at how much is in Milwaukee. About almost half the vote is still to be counted in Milwaukee. That's a huge Democratic stronghold.
Yeah.
Madison, about 89% counted. You've got these counties that are strong Democratic counties. The votes are still not in yet. So there's still hope for the Harris campaign here. But it is getting to be very much nerve-wracking and a long night for him.
Yeah.
So it's quite possible she loses this, she ends up losing the presidency 272 to 266.
She has to run the board and the rest.
He really does.
She really does. And that's what I look at. I mean, Virginia. We started talking about Virginia, and it was started out red. You said, hey, when the suburbs of Arlington come in, it's going to turn. I have been waiting for that to happen in these Midwestern states. I have been texting with Democrats tonight that are worried about it, Republicans that are encouraged about it. But I get, and maybe this is just the bubble I'm in, there's more pessimism about Harris's chances than Trump's right now.
I would still say there are a lot of votes to be counted. It's still, I still say it's anybody's race. I may be a little less optimistic than I was maybe 2 hours ago, but I would still suggest, even if she loses Georgia, and right now she's getting close to losing it, but not yet. There's still a lot of votes in Fulton County. Again, it comes down to Wisconsin. You got to win Wisconsin at this point.
Yeah.
You pull off Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, you win 272 to 266.
Remember when we all went to bed on election night in 2020? Let's not forget that.
Yeah, exactly. In which case we were there for days.
Okay, so you're the optimist of this. Although I haven't got that optimistic. I haven't got. I mean, you traditionally tonight have been the optimist in all of this. Anna.
The resident pessimist.
Yes.
Maybe I've been a Texas Democrat for too long. It feels like if we're kind of reading the tea leaves down ballot, it just doesn't feel good. I do think it's still a long night. I know that Kamala's team even put out a statement, saying that they have a path, they see a path.
Right.
So definitely don't want to completely write it off. And I'm kind of hoping and praying that Milwaukee does well and Madison does even better. But yeah, I think it's, as always, when the VP came up, she was 3 or 4 months behind. She didn't have a chance to fully present herself to the electorate. She did run literally a marathon within a mile. And so they've come a long way. They've come along a long way, all the way up to Milwaukee.
Yeah.
But if it's enough time, I really hope so.
Yeah. DeMonte?
Yeah, I think I would say I'm optimistic, but again, the data nerd in me, just looking at numbers, I'm like, I don't see it. But I think we expected her to lose Georgia. I mean, she's just not performing as well as Biden was in 2020. So when you look at those tight races that are 0.1 or 0.2 in the margins, you just don't see where she makes that up. So you can give up a Georgia, you can give up a Nevada, but you have to run the board on the Rust Belt. And out of those, I think Wisconsin is the most conservative out of Michigan and Pennsylvania. And that's crazy to say Pennsylvania. It's like brotherly love. We got Philly in there, right? So she's going to have to run the board, but we'll see.
We'll see.
Do you have a question?
I want to see where this thought's going.
Well, I know in Texas, when it comes to the Senate race, we talked about the fact that I've seen some statistics that 6 years ago, Ted Cruz lost the Latino vote. Right. Tonight, he won it and won it convincingly. Is the elephant in the room the Latino vote going forward, not just in Texas, but across the country?
I think, as it was mentioned before by one of the guests, Latino votes are becoming more independent and also becoming non-voters. Like, we have to talk to people consistently. And if that's not being done in an effective way with a message that they're resonating with, we're going to continue to lose ground. So I think this is an opportunity for us to reflect on what are we missing out, what conversations are we missing, and also, frankly, kind of going back to the drawing board. We have one of the most diverse states in the country. We can truly be a bellwether for the country. And unfortunately, I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah, I will say that 6 years is a long time in a campaign. That's like dog years, right?
Yeah.
And so if you think about 6 years ago, Ted Cruz was running somewhere else to escape the ice storm, right? So it pissed a lot of people off, right? But 6 years later, that's an eternity. And it comes and people forget about that stuff.
Actually, I'm not sure that it happened yet. I'm not sure Cancun had happened yet. It's 6 years ago.
And I still think Ted Cruz will continue to be a target. He will consistently underperform top of ticket. I don't think that will change anytime soon. We also will have maybe an interesting primary coming up when it comes to Cornyn. Cornyn is likely to be challenged by someone from the right, as we're seeing a trend. So as much as we have a lot of work to do on the Democratic side, the Republicans are pushing themselves to almost being inaccessible to the voting population.
Do you think that the bigger issue is that Latinos aren't voting or that they're voting Republican?
I think it's more of they're becoming independent non-voters. And I think it's something that we have to grapple with, that we have to talk to them. If we're not reaching them where they are in community, as we talked about, Latinos are not a monolith. A Latino in Clayburgh County is so different from a Latino in Floresville. Like, we have to think about what does it mean to do very deep, heavy targeting and having very unique conversations, because Texas is six states in one, and even maybe more than that. So just that level of geopolitical diversity is something that we have to be honest about.
Yeah, talking about water and property rights versus immigration and border security are completely different, and depending on where you're at.
Yeah, more cattle, less hat.
Yeah,
literally. I mean, again, the Latino vote, the way it also has changed generationally as you move from first generation to third and fourth generation, it completely changes and is much more independent in the sense of independent of the Democratic ties. And the Democrats have a lot of work to do there, not just in Texas, but nationally.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if we have the data yet, but what do you make of that turnout in Bexar County in terms of, having the Latino voters vote one way or the other, or just simply not?
Let's start off with the fact that this is one of the first elections under SB 1, right? A bill that was passed primarily to destroy the margins. Like, when we're talking about election, you're talking to 3 to 5% of the electorate, right? A small group of people. And with SB 1, literally in the courts under federal investigation for anti-civil rights and anti-people of color actions, it's so hard to vote in Texas. Like, even talking to people outside of Texas who want to do work here or put money and resources, they're flabbergasted, because it's the pathway to pointing from point A to the voting booth is one of the hardest in the country. So I think we're dealing with that. We're also dealing with the fact that we live in a gerrymandered system. Like, you have races that are everywhere from Cameron County to Seguin. That is not reflective of the population, right? And how does a voter grapple with that? So there's just so much to include there, and I think that the larger trends, as we talked about, is something that, of course, deserves like conversation and resonance, but we're also just in the middle of like a voter suppression that is actively being acted upon, I believe, by the top tier leadership in the state.
One thing that would help immediately, which they won't do, the top leadership, is to do something that people have clamored for years: online voter registration. We're the only state in our region, Arkansas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and New Mexico, all have online voter registration, not Texas.
Yeah. I actually had a friend of mine say, well, I missed the early voting, but it's okay, I'll just register and vote on election day. I said, no.
No, you won't.
You won't.
Out of luck.
No. You won't in the state of Texas. So, hey, do we have any new numbers when it comes to those two races we were looking at? All right, let's go back to 118. Yeah, still 52-48. That's 82%. And okay, so it says 82%.
She gained the point. She lost the point and then gained the point.
Yeah.
Okay. Same margin. Seems to be holding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that one's not changed.
That hadn't changed.
This has not changed for 81%. So obviously these races we're going to have to wait on. The Henry Cuellar race, very close. The presidential race, perhaps the closest of all of them. So I want to give our panelists who stayed up late with us, and we really appreciate that, and even the ones that were here earlier, Molly and Kevin. Final thoughts as we leave this live stream tonight. And Anna, I will let you go first.
Oh, thank you. Ultimately, we have to be honest about the state of the race. Like, there's a lot of money. Campaigns have become exponentially more expensive. They're fighting for every vote, and we're seeing it. And it looks like a message that resonated tonight wasn't one that was with the Democrats, but that's something that is just going to have to be, again, as we talked about, a reckoning. Ultimately, I am excited. It seems like we're going to be holding the House. Like, there will be some kind of balance of power and opportunity. But this race is something that I think not only will we be studying like over many years, but I will be studying tomorrow. It's going to have a profound impact on how we all live and operate in this country, and that's something that I'm not sure we're ready to grapple with.
Yeah.
As a political scientist, the study part, I'm thinking this evening going, wait a minute, all those models we've created, all those elaborate statistical analyses, all the scholarly discussions we have, and yet we couldn't explain what was going on tonight. And we got to go back and figure out what we missed. And if we can't do it, media sure can't do it either. So there we are.
Yeah. As a consultant, I would say same thing. We have to really, if you're on the Democratic side and a consultant, you have to really think about what really wins races. And to me, that's a great field, a knockdown, drag-out field campaign. There's nothing that beats voter-to-voter contact. I think it's 3-to-1, 4-to-1, knocking on someone's door versus giving them a call, sending them an LP. So we really got to stay committed to the ground game if we're going to see some wins on that side. And that's all I really have. Other than that, giving a shout out to my LSA folks. Big shout out to LSA 48. Thank y'all. Best class ever.
And I'll give one more shout out to UTSA Political Science.
Absolutely.
Anna, shout out.
Mom and Dad, thank you
Yeah,
for
there
watching.
you go. Mom and Dad, always a
Mom
good
and Dad
shout out.
better be on that list.
And my son, who's watching tonight, who's 16, who's actually interested in campaigns and elections.
And I want to give a shout out to my daughter who's watching in the Dominican Republic. Go to bed.
DeMonte Alexander, John Taylor, Anna Ramon, we appreciate you guys staying up late with us, adding some insight to our conversation.
Thank you. Pleasure being here.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's going to wrap it up for all of us at KSAT 12. Thank you for joining us on air and online for Vote 2024.